that all of the settings are up and good to go. I'm actually also going to take a minute to get a little of the settings are. The fact that I can cringe and hear my voice tells me that it's working. And actually, there's one little bit of housekeeping that I want to do on the YouTube channel. God, what was the last video I put up? Terribly sorry about this, but it seems like there is a missing 2nd, 5th, 9th. Where's the 7th, though? Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. So publish that. I'm behind a little bit on getting videos up, so I am very sorry to do that live, but it's my birthday, so I can do whatever I want. So, I mean, this does invite a question like, why does a streamer need to talk about a birthday? Well, number one, I need to explain why I'm broadcasting on a day that I don't normally do. And please consider this to be sort of fair warning, where this is a much looser structure. I'm starting later than I'd planned anyway. But to be honest, I had some ideas about stuff that I wanted to do, and then I was kind of hoping for a little bit of guidance in terms of what people would like to see.
Titan.
I'm going to shut up and let this go.
Everyone comes to Titan with a dream.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't think it's supposed to do that. But yeah, no, like basically, this is going to be very unstructured. I actually had a bunch of different things that I wanted to try out. And the more I kind of thought about it, the more it really felt like Industries of Titan was a good choice, because I like this game a lot. And in fact, it's not a bad little opportunity, especially because on Wednesday, there was the local game dev collective called Dirty Rectangles. I obviously didn't get a chance to stream it, so if I get to finish the run that we started, so much the better. And if I don't, well, no loss, right? It is a little bit of a drawback because, of course, people who wanted to follow through with the the stream all the way through and sort of see how it all works might be, this might be a little bit less structured than what they were looking for, but I don't know. I tend to notice people complain a lot about how long it takes to go through it. And I'm really not quite sure how to, obviously I've started doing YouTube specific stuff, and that seems to deal with most of the frustrations that people express. And I sometimes, I want to take on feedback, but I sometimes think that there are expectations for a Twitch broadcast that are not true for a YouTube video. And so I've kind of tried to stick with the format for Twitch that people like. And then when it comes to YouTube specific stuff, to really drill down into the things that I think make those videos work. Industries of Titan stuff is still pending. I took time off work today, because who wants to work on a celebration, right? And I don't know, I wanted to do a lot more than I did, up to and including those Titan videos. On the other hand, I didn't take time off work, so I can do more work, I guess. So we'll see. But yeah, I also want to go to the art gallery tomorrow, which is reopening. I've already booked a ticket, so I can't go too late, but let's see how far we can go. And just as a fair warning, I don't really have a lot of plans for today. I am allowing for the possibility of jumping between a few different games that I wanted to check out. So please do not take that as an indication of disliking Titan or wanting to do things. This is just purely me kind of goofing off and sharing a day because I couldn't go to the movies or anything like that. And cool facts, good to see you. So we're back to Titan. There's a few things. So we did a lot of expansion in the previous session, and to be honest, I didn't really take into account the sort of the consequences of there's not a turret in the area, is there? I didn't really plan for the consequences of like having the distance between the two episodes. I think one of the things I was going to try and do was just rush as many of the camps as I could. So I think we said that there was 1, 2, 3, potentially 4, 5. Like, there's a fair claim that most of the rebel camps I need to deal with are actually in this area. And the funny thing is just because of the increasing intensity of the rebel threat, I might be trying a totally different approach to this than I was considering before. But we'll deal with that as time goes by. Right now, we need to wait for all these command centers to go online. We have named a few things. So I know Mad King Brutos was, insisting on getting some rebel names. So we have those. But overall, I'm definitely I'm seeing if I can put this one to bed. But I'm not I don't want to rush. I definitely don't want to rush completing this thing. I would very much like to try and see this through. So the big problems we're dealing with right now, not enough credits. We are slowly reaccumulating our employees. We are going to be expanding our territory by a very large amount very soon. And in fact, one of the challenges that I'm going to run into is just trying to make the most of the territory. So I think actually I'm going to claim this minerals patch right away so that we can get people working them. I would also like to do that with this isotopes patch, but obviously we need to wait for that. We need to wait for that to develop. Yeah, let's just unpause and see where it all goes. So obviously I'd like to have a bunch of workers, but I want to find that balance between sort of the daily earnings, the repairs, and the sort of the acquisition of resources. But in this case here, we need to get our navy back in order, and we're also starting to run out of space in our residential and office areas. So I think it's time that I expand those, and that's going to mean I have to build some additional defenses. Of course, right now we don't have power for anything, but we'll deal with that. So I think the plan I had was I was going to, once I could expand into these ruins, I would build an air purifier. That would sort of help with the roads. Okay, that's level 2. We kind of need to take this up to level 3, but let's see if we can see what's going on here. Nothing too exciting. Okay, what's the story here? Oh, I probably could have turned... Or no, I couldn't upgrade this anyway. I probably could have dismantled it though. Alright, so I'm assuming that's because of the... Oh, energy pylon 6 and one more. So who else is getting attacked? Oh, this thing. Okay, well obviously this command center... I'm just going to pause. This one I think we just need to accept that it's lost and move on. Brace yourself. Thank you very much for the resub. I was worried a little... well, not worried, because I mean obviously there's never an expectation. But I thought I might have... because I started later... I thought perhaps everybody was out of the office, so what a bunch of champs. For those of you who don't... Actually, sorry, I should have said this at the beginning anyway, but it gives me a chance to shout out the Brace Yourself people. I was given a key for this game for promotional purposes, and I was talking about sort of the fact that this is going to be an unstructured stream. But as I was mentioning, like, if you want to do a birthday stream, it's kind of stuff for yourself, and the fact that I do this game somewhat regularly now, that's not really an excuse for it's not really an excuse for not doing the game again, right? Obviously a very big thank you to Brace Yourself for giving me the chance to share their game, and more importantly, thank you very much for a resubscription, because I know well, I guess the old system used to be before, so I know like Twitch is really cranky about doing broadcast simultaneously on other platforms, so I think you don't have the sub button anymore, so you could do your multicast. But I know once upon a time, subbing to you would mean that you'd support Train Jam, which sounds like a really cool. That sounds like a really cool way of handling subs. I obviously just take the money and run. But anyways, needless to say, this disclose, even if it's a looser stream, it's really important to disclose this sort of stuff. Obviously, I think Brace Yourself are the bee's knees, and you should throw all of your money at them and their wonderful games. But more importantly, a very big thank you for the support. And of course, we've got a few people who are already subs in here as well, so I don't want to take that for granted either. Oren, thank you very much for the birthday wishes. It's a bit of a slower day, actually. I wanted to get so I took the time off work, thinking that I'd get a bunch of stuff that I've wanted to work on for a while done. And didn't really make the most of the day yet. I am gonna gift myself a chance to visit the art gallery tomorrow, so I'm gonna make sure that I I don't know, like I want to make sure that I get enough sleep, because they're sort of doing the timed. Like there's windows in which you can visit it. You just can't just walk around, unfortunately. But yeah, other than that restriction, it's a chance for me to play a bunch of stuff that I want, and that's really hard to. It's really hard to say that that's a bad way to spend the day. How have you been doing? I know you've been talking with Brian about some of your development work. Okay, so this gives us another peek. Oh, here we go. Ah, nuts. So one of the things that we learned last stream was if you click on the we have to have some turrets in the area. This is a great example. So we already took out this Rebel HQ. In fact, we already can see it through the tile, but like every once in a while you get a pretty good look of the silhouettes. So sometimes it's helpful if we get these things built up to be able to kind of get a peek at what the enemies look like. So what I was kind of hoping for with this would be we'd sort of suddenly discover, aha, this is where the rapscallions are hiding. No such luck. But we will prevail. More importantly, again, we've got access to a whole bunch more tiles. We are definitely going to need more influence. Of course, acknowledging that I believe influence now creates additional rebel threat, and so I want to be a bit careful. Like, my navy is not equipped to be able to handle the rebels right now. On the other hand, I don't really have any more land to build stuff on. So it's going to be sort of a two-pronged approach. I am going to try where I can to build, build sort of these command posts and try and take out as many rebel structures as I can, and I'll do that through influence. But in the meantime, I'm also going to start looking for natural areas of expansion, and the biggest ones I'm going to focus on here will be getting a purifier and then some additional residential and office space, just so that we can get the amount of money that we're earning up. And then I'm also going to try and build some additional shipyards. And the thing that's really going to make that take off, so to speak, is basically ruins, because it does take me a while to mine out these patches. It's not that too far away from our next cycle. So I'm thinking basically we take 1, 2, 3. So actually the one thing I would like, if I can, is some way of connecting this to the roads. Yeah, so I think if we kind of go out and around like this, it completely defeats the purpose of this industrial fan. But I'm thinking maybe we could put storage here for the waste. So air purifier, storage, and then we have residential and office, and of course we will be at risk for things like the penance, but we'll work with what we've been given. Doing well, feeling a lot better after a rough week. It was a productive night of work last night. Got a bunch of documentation done for the level you're working on. Today collected the reference material for the 3D assets. You are now working on to replace all the level blockout assets. This is fun now. So one of the reasons I was late was I wonder why... Oh, neat. So it shows you where they're going. I did not realize that you can see the destinations for the ships. So I actually waited during the day for my family to call, and they didn't, and they just called now. And I'm like, nope, I'm streaming. So I just want to pop in and wish you a happy cake day. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you so much, Brace Yourself. Please enjoy the rest of your evening as well. Please know that... I mean, it's kind of lame when like you like bring it out and like make people say it to you, but I never fail to be delighted every time I see certain names in the chat, and these of course are the Brace Yourself names. And I never want to call people out and make them feel on the spot, but please know that you have done a lot to really brighten my day, and that is true for everybody else in chat. But I will tell you that one of the great delights of Industries of Titan has in fact been to interact with Brace Yourself Games, the developers and publishers, and I don't know, it's definitely unexpected. I came in with sort of the assumption that it was too late, and I was actually really happy to see you. So please enjoy your evening and know you've done your good deed for the day. The rest of you can't leave. So Oren, here's a question for you. So I know what English words mean, obviously, but what does it mean to document a level? Because again, I can run with my assumptions, but I have a real life game developer who's doing their real life game, and I figure it would probably be better if I just ask instead of assume. Oh, I've got more ruins I can check out. I screwed up, didn't I? Yep, I forgot to pause this. Unfortunately, my ships are not strong enough to handle it, so... Alright, well, I'm just going to avoid the... Oh no! Okay, first things first, we'll do a repair all for our building. Actually, you know what? I'll repair everything and I'll let the free market decide who gets the repairs. Okay, so let's get, I think money is going to be the thing that gets me through. So let's start by claiming these tiles. This isn't even about the resources, this is really just about the access. Actually, one thing I was planning on doing was getting a cake from the, there's a coffee shop nearby which does pastries as well. But, I don't know, it was a little weird to, like, get a whole cake for myself. So maybe I'll find, like, a McDonald's and get, like, a pie or something. Documenting the process of making the level thus far. Oftentimes it might just be for posterity, but it can be a useful tool during the design process. If you go into a level with a specific theme or goal in mind, you like to have that documented so that you stay on the path throughout the process, unless you intentionally deviate from that path and pursue a new idea, which would then also be documented. Okay, that's cool. So it's part. I mean, here's a funny thing. Every once in a while, I get compliments on my writing, and I know for a few of you. I mean, so you were all incredibly nice during the Stellaris stream. And one thing that is a little bit of a, maybe not a secret, but I'll call it like maybe an open secret or something like that. I will confess that one thing that I am probably more proud of, maybe even more than I should be, but one thing that I am actually reasonably proud of, but I don't always necessarily feel gets recognized, is my writing. It's actually something I really enjoy doing. And one of the ways I would make sense of something would usually be to like sit down, like I'd be reading something and I would usually sit down and write about it at the same time, and that would sort of be how I would make the ideas sort of work in my head. And so in some cases, obviously if I'm writing something for people, I can't make that just a purely sort of internal exercise. But with that in mind, I think I have a little bit of sympathy for what you're talking about. Holy crap, look at that threat level. Okay, let's upgrade Mineral Mavens and the Radiation Palace. Oh, Radiation Palace is already tier 3. Okay, so let's convert this into production. But yeah, so like in terms of just writing things out for myself was a way that I would find it very rewarding, and number two, I'd find it a very helpful way of sort of clarifying my thoughts and making sure that I understood what I thought I understood. And then on top of that, I learned more about the subject that I was working with. So I don't know if some of that's going on for you, Oren. But I actually, for me, what you're describing is a way that I've often found is very rewarding in terms of being able to, just kind of come to terms with an idea. So I could be totally missing your point, but oh my goodness, happy Founders Time. For you, just love to have notes and to keep your focus. That's really good. I was gonna say chilly. I'm like, my God, what's the temperature in Vancouver? Did something recently change? You're feeling damn good today. It was productive. Oh, that's great. So let me just take a quick second here and shout out. I almost shouted out, brace yourself again. And as much as I like to do that, we've got Brian in the chat. So I actually let Brian know this. And again, part of the intention behind this is really just to kind of remind him of some of the stuff that he built. But I met Brian through a restaurant that he used to run. I always sometimes feel a little self-conscious bringing it up because running restaurants in Vancouver is really hard, particularly like when you hear about rents in Vancouver, that applies to businesses as well. And the thing is that as a customer, some of my fondest Vancouver memories are very much at the space that Brian created. But I also need to appreciate that, dealing with some rather outdated, gaming laws and such. Like, the experience for me was a universally positive one. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the experience was for Brian. So I'm always a little self-conscious to bring it up because, of course, I'm going to be speaking about the good stuff. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the feelings are necessarily the same as my own. But one of the things that I think is worth mentioning here is that one of the servers or one of the people I met, maybe is a better statement, at the place that Brian made, when they found out it was my birthday, it was basically they got me tequila. I was like, this is on me, drink it. I don't normally drink tequila, but ever since then, I've made it a habit of making sure that I have a shot of tequila for my birthday. It is actually, this is the first year since I went to EXP, which is the place Brian ran, that I've not continued that tradition, and actually sent a photo to their name was Michelle, as a part of it. So obviously, I'm sorry not to carry on with the tradition, but I have a feeling that public health measures probably are a good reason not to carry on. And it's a very minor thing, right? It's just a fun thing that was done, but it's just one of those examples in terms of what in God's name have you done, sir? Where I wanted. This is going to take a while, isn't it? Okay, I'm going to take a second here and catch up on chat. Thank you, Brian. I am sorry. Sorry, this is going to take a while. Sorry, there's some madness happening with OBS. There we go. I think we're halfway through. Okay, you know what? I'll try and talk through it. So where I was going with it was to say that obviously having had a chance to get to know Brian in another context was wonderful. And one of the biggest reasons I can recommend his broadcast is because all of those qualities that I think made him... yeah, I agree. I mean, it's nice, right? But if Twitch is going to have like hype trains, obviously it's possible for stuff to become very disruptive very quickly. I really need to find a new sub notification anyway. All right, I think there will be Orin as well, because Brian was not content to let random chance take care of it. It's just the face. But yeah, what I wanted to say was, all of the qualities that make Brian just such a great guy to hang out with are also present on his stream. It's actually why I am slightly embarrassed to be receiving these gift subs from him, because Brian has done an incredible amount for charity. And I almost feel bad sort of pulling away from that, as grateful as I am to like have the support. But I do encourage you, don't just check out, sorry, don't just take my word for it. Please do check out his channel, and more importantly, do support the causes that he's talking about. Like, he puts a lot of thought into this stuff, and he really... Wait a minute, did I do this? Yeah, no, I did it right. He spins my trolley comments into gold. He's a wonderful ambassador for the game that he works on. And I think he's I think he's a great guy. I think it's a great channel with a wonderful atmosphere. Thank you very much, Brian. Rouge Light Girl, please enjoy your sub. But yeah, no, Brian is a great guy for lots of different reasons. I highly recommend checking out his channel. Especially if you are someone who has ever messaged a dev, it's like, why don't you fix the servers or anything like that? Brian has the answers. I think this relay is unnecessary. Please don't message devs with messages like that, by the way. But I felt a little bit bad because I think there was in someone's channel. I can't remember what I'd said. Oh yeah, I said something about like Warzone, and like somebody kind of went into a little bit of a rant about what they didn't like about Apex, or like why it was full of cheaters or something like that. I was like, no, please don't do that. I want him to enjoy his time. But yeah, anyways, Brian is wonderful. Thank you very much for the 12 gifts to the channel. Thank you very much. Sorry, for the 13th gifting Esquano. Oren, you did write something that I wanted to cover there. I wanted to say, on top of all of that, I did not know that you had class tonight, so thank you very much for spending your precious prep time with me. And I really hope... it was actually really cool to run into a couple of your students in your channel. So, and thank you very much for the birthday wishes, Esquano. Please use my emotes for good. For those of you who just got an emote, by the way, The Eyes of Sin, who is a very good friend of mine, did these wonderful emotes here. They are available for commissions. It is how they currently get paid. So if you are looking to spruce up your channel, if you know somebody who is, I would happily get you in touch with them. But I will actually let you know the one that I like the most was one that was pretty much all them, like, just coming up with something on their own. They actually had very little of a prompt, and I think it was the best one. All the ones that you don't like are probably a result of my meddling. But anyways, thank you everybody for hanging out. Obviously, this is just a chance for me to share some games that I like. It might even just be one game, Industries of Titan. But you are all a bunch of sweethearts, and thank you very much for spending the day with me. You're supposed to be studying, but all your study is distance, so you can just do it later tonight. Well, please don't let me get it in the way of your studies. But I'm obviously very happy to have you here, Rouge Light Girl, and for as long as you are here, you know, I hope I can entertain you. Okay, I've noticed that for whatever reason these employees are not healing, so I'm actually gonna spike the employees until we have all the healthy ones, and then we're gonna add some more crew. So get a bunch of conversions in. So I'm gonna have to find a way of getting the road to the shipyard sooner rather than later. We're already at 75% in terms of threat, so I'm a little nervous about my prospects for the next wave, because like the last wave almost did us in. And one of the things I'm trying to do here is just put as much as I can into the production of things. All right, we're out of isotopes, so. Okay, so what I'm going to do here now is I'm going to build an air purifier. So one nice thing is it'll be nice and expensive, so I can spend a lot of minerals on it. Oh, I messed up. Wow, that took everything. Today has been a Playhouse Flipper day all day today. Just to let you know what kind of top tier gamer I am. Well, that's fine. I mean, we get to see your skills during the unnameable game, right? Let's just make sure that we've got a full crew. We do. So next step is to repair my my other ship before this goes up to... Oh my god.
Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
So I was hoping to build another shipyard before this all kicked off, but I'm a little doubtful. Okay, here's one thing that I can do shipyard-wise. So let's just claim these. Oh wow, we don't have the influence for it. Oh no! They're already attacking. Okay, let's do... Wow, that went from 85 to... That was like a 15% jump all of a sudden. So obviously we're going to need... Like, everybody's got to get into position, let alone trying to get the ships repaired. Oh, that's not a tier 3 yet. I think this is the end. I think we're gonna lose this one. But okay, so they're going for the shipyard. Okay, so the solar clipper, I'm going to try and pull him away from the industrial fan, just so that I can... Okay, good. This is coming online. I think most people are... So I've got 2 ganging up on... How much does it cost to burrow? 2.6k? Let's go for it. Okay, unfortunately, defense turret 3 is really taking it on the chin. Okay, so salvage. Oh, hang on. Don't salvage. We will rebuild once we have the minerals. Okay, I didn't plan this well at all, because defense turret 3 is about to fall. So, where's my hunkered rook? Okay, let's try and peel them off. Okay, this isn't bad because they're going to be heading towards the pair of tier 3 turrets. I'm pretty sure this thing's done. Good. Okay, so right now we just kind of need to maintain the status quo. Nice. I think I'm going to hit it with a quick repair. Oh, I guess I can't hit him with a repair. I refuse to believe this thing is ready to go. Oh no, we're out of... Oh my god, we're already out of credits. Sorry about this, guys. So let me just take a quick here. You love watching people clear wind. I did not know there was a power wash simulator. Okay, so this is a triangle of death. This will turn out. Looks like our next rescue mission needs to be for this turret. Oh god, we're gonna start losing... Sorry, I was too busy watching the fight. I'm gonna turn off all the conversion centers until the fight's over. That kind of explains some of the lags that we had. Okay, so I'm gonna try and pull this unit back to... I'm going to try and pull this unit back to the triangle of death again. Oh, nope, they're focusing on the turret. Okay, so we lost an employee. That's not great. I'm assuming it's probably one of the employees on the hunkered rook. Fight me, you cowards. Nice. Okay, so one last run. Let's see if we can save our last. No way! The penance too? Ah! We're so close to saving defense turret number 3. Then this guy comes out of nowhere. It was probably a patrol too. Hey, Crack Steve, how you doing? Okay. Yeah, we lost it. So I've gone from having way too many minerals to not even remotely enough. So I mean, we survived, but the fact of the matter is that we only just got past our last struggle, and now we have a whole bunch of repairs to do as well. Managing. I definitely am feeling a lot more pessimistic about my prospects for this particular run of Industries of Titan. But games are not only fun when you're constantly winning. So we'll do our best with what we've been given. Let's turn all our conversion centers back on so we can try and get some crew members back. Oh, I see what happened. Oh, okay, I know exactly what happened there. So the employees wanted payment in the middle of the fight, and so that's why we saw a sudden drop in our. That's why I saw a sudden drop in our income, or not our income, in our credits. I really thought we had the money that we needed to weather the storm, but I was relying on my employees not asking for pay during the fight. Okay, not a great spot. I mean, if you look at it here, right, we're at 19%, and I'm no closer to getting ships done. Arguably, I'm in a worse spot because we've gone from having all the minerals in the world to practically nothing. So I think the time has come. We're just going to go nuts, and we're going to build as much as we possibly can, and it's probably going to be the death of us. I have a feeling that through building all of these different... processors, that's probably what made this accelerate so quickly. But I don't really have a whole lot else in terms of alternatives. Okay, that was a level 3. So where was my... That was the level 2 one. Okay. What is Industries of Titan? It is a strategy city builder by Brace Yourself Games, who you might know from Crypt of the Necrodancer. It's a wonderful game. I'm definitely playing on a rather difficult level. And call the council to bail you out. So there will be the option in future to have the council send sort of like ships for you to help deal with the bad guys. So that is actually going to be something that will come in, but the expectation is overall is that you're going to be the one to solve the problems. But yeah, so I mean, right now what we did was we did a hard start, and then we also went for the most aggressive map we could. And it was kind of premised on this idea that I would be generating very large amounts of influence, which was a good idea at the time. I wonder why all of these employees are dying. Oh, I bet I know why. My life support's probably down. Yep, that's exactly... That was a really stupid way to lose a lot of employees. Nope, it's a ghost ship now. Oh yeah, I guess they... hang on. So why isn't this power generator working? Oh, because they didn't fix the relay for whatever reason. Okay. The ship's still intact. That's all that matters, right? Okay, so let's take a minute here. So I'm going to build out another one of these mineral plans. And if you do have any questions about the game, feel free to bring them up. I'm a little in my own head right now. I'm not committing to doing Industries of Titan the whole time. If we wrap up this playthrough, it might be a good time for me to switch to another game. If you have a game you'd like to see me do, this is a great time to mention it. But we're not giving up yet. We're in a tough spot, but we're not in an impossible spot. Although it has occurred to me that it's actually been a while since I've had a solid win in Industries of Titan. So I definitely should definitely put some thought into how I'm going to show those rebels who's boss. Hey, how you doing, Wolfenstein? You'd like to formally request a Plague Tale? Request denied. Especially because I don't believe it's in EA Play anymore. Although it's probably in Game Pass. See, you know what the tricky thing is? The funny thing is that I believe Oren and Brian both know what my issue with A Plague Tale was. What I love is that you don't know what the issue was. And I have a feeling that is going to produce some wonderful misunderstandings. And because I am going to have much more fun on the basis of those misunderstandings, I also have no intention whatsoever of correcting you. Oh, hang on. Again, there's not a whole lot to say about this here. I'm just kind of building a standard, a sort of standard pattern that I have for my my floors. I'm assuming those citizens are dying because of pollution. We'll deal with that when we can. And stick down an energy bridge, and we should be ready to go. So I'm actually going to take a minute and go to the Radiation Palace. Yes, I do occasionally use the shortcuts. And it occurred to me that I actually forgot to filter the capacities on these things. So... or filter the what I'm holding on these. So I think one of the lessons that I've gotten on this particular playthrough is the cost of underinvesting in my navy. We weren't really going to pursue a naval strategy against the turrets because I sort of thought that I'd be building these ungodly amounts of influence. And then like in the middle of the playthrough, the patch they updated the game, and influence all of a sudden counted towards rebel aggression. And so all of a sudden, my effort to sort of grow and undermine the rebels was basically the developers did exactly what they're supposed to do. Like they made the game better, but it came at the cost of the strategy that I was employing at the time. So as a result, I've got 2 ships and this big kind of defensive network of turrets. But it's clearly not enough to see me through the fights. Did you mention Old World in another game? I like this type of 4X strategy. Yeah, so Wolfenstein, I actually did Old World back when it was in early access. I was actually part of the... I'm assuming the NDAs and such are gone now, but back when it was called 10 Crowns, I was actually part of the group that was helping like give feedback and test and all of that. So I have done Old World. The only drawback is that, and I don't know if this is still true, but the soundtrack would result in copyright claims, and like really aggressive ones. So it's not a copyright strike, but it was something that actually basically shut down the access to the video. And especially in a time when Twitch is being hit with these kind of automated DMCA requests, when you have a lot of uncertainty in terms of what the rights to the music are, I actually streamed that game quite a bit less than I wanted to, because I think it's very interesting. For those of you that don't know, Old World is Soren Johnson's return to 4X. Soren Johnson being the developer behind Civilization 4, game designer behind Civilization 4, and then I think he had a somewhat senior role and was responsible for the AI in Civilization 3. But I had been following what became Old World back when he gave a GDC talk about sort of reimagining sort of what you think you know, or what you think is necessary for genres. And it's a game that's very much up my alley. And it is purely because of the really unfortunate uncertain, like, the thing is that it is within Twitch's power to remove that uncertainty, but that doesn't mean that they will. And so because we sort of live in these benighted times, I had to exercise caution. What I will likely do is I will likely play Old World in future, and I will just turn off the music, which I always feel uncomfortable about because the music is part of the experience. But I do want to get back to that game. I just kind of like to, I don't know, I'd like to sort of think about how I'm going to handle the audio component before I jump in again. But yeah, Titan is a really wonderful game. It's a so when I first played it, it's actually kind of funny to think about what my perceptions of it were when I first played the game, because I was under the impression that they were doing something like what Into the Breach did, which was to kind of do this indie level XCOM-like game. That it was very tight and focused in its in what it wanted to do, and basically I kind of thought that they were doing the same thing for city builders. Now I was clearly wrong in that. It's obvious that there are great ambitions for this game, and that it's much more comparable to something like RibWorld or Dwarf Fortress, where there's lots of simulation and such. And I don't like it any. Actually, one of the things that I think is really remarkable about Titan is that I have very often bounced off of games like that. They seem like the sort of thing I should really enjoy, and in some of them I really do. But in a lot of other simulation style games, I actually tend to feel very directionless, and I have a hard time with them. So Titan was, obviously I didn't put in the request to try it, because I just want to get keys. Like I put some consideration saying, it's like, well, Brace Yourself did Necrodancer, and that's a game that I think is worth playing, and I think it did the right things. But I'll admit, like, my expectations about what Titan was going to be going in, relative to what I thought it was after playing it, and then after what it's turned out to be here, they're very different things. And I'm all for how the game has progressed. And by the way, I don't ever think that this was supposed to be a small scale city builder. I think that was just my misinterpreting the more limited set of features that was present in the early version of the game. But yeah, with that in mind, like it's just really interesting to have followed this. I mean, to me, in my Steam review of it, it's one of the things I say specifically, which is that I think the process of following this game and being a fan of Industries of Titan and seeing the game take shape, and plus the fact, Brace Yourself are very active in their Discord. They've got really great atmosphere there. There's a lot of things that are really fun to do for this game. Like, again, I'm getting clobbered by the rebels right now, and I'm having a great time with it. So how many games can you think of? Oh my goodness, we are in super trouble. So it's the workday, and we are now buried in trash. we've lost. Unquestionably, we've lost. We're gonna do cleanup and move resources so that we can clear out the residential areas, but it's just too late for us to. Well, I mean, no game exists in a vacuum, right? So, I think probably if you want to... I wish it would say what resources I need to rebuild this building. This says not enough resources. But it doesn't say what resources I'm short on. This is so upsetting. Like, there should be an army of workers cleaning up this waste. But yeah, so I mean, obviously there are city builders and simulation games. Those are, I think, reasonably well known. You know, I don't think it would be unfair to compare it to games like Frostpunk or Surviving Mars. But it's also very hard to compare it, like to think of those games and then say, you know, the like this combat element really was like what made it, like, you know, like it, the combat element is something that I really have not seen in a city builder like this. And I think it actually leads to some really interesting possibilities personally, because yeah, I've said this a couple of times, you know, even if you're a bit scared in terms of what the, you know, what the game might hold, like difficulty-wise, I think, like, one of the things that's sort of interesting for a city builder is if you look at a lot of the, either the cities or like the places we, you know, we live in or we have right now, a lot of them are actually shaped by sort of military necessities. What I mean by that is, like, I think in the case of Canada, so I live in Ottawa, and in the case of Ottawa, I believe it used to be a fort named Bytown, and you know, just like a lot of places in the world, it may be that there was some fort or defensive structure that was required. And over time, that need sort of went away. And as a consequence, you know, alternatives moved up. Like, sometimes things become ghost towns. Oh, I bet I know what happened. Because this road got destroyed, the smokestack got blocked. But yeah, so because there will be these situations where... you know, you have you know, the need for like a defensive structure or whatever, that's going to shape the way that your city looks. And instead of sitting down and kind of like specifically focusing on making the most beautiful looking X, instead you think a little bit about, okay, I'm running into, you know, like sorry, I'm trying to think of a way of not like saying the same thing over again. Like, basically, if you play something like City Skylines, it is entirely possible to play that game to specifically like draw the city in a certain shape. You know, like draw a happy face in the roads or whatever. And you can do that in Industries of Titan as well. I would argue that probably once the game is a little bit more developed and some of the other population sim things are in place, we might be able to, you know, to do a little bit more, just in terms of like making cute looking cities. But I still sort of like the fact that this city has its own shape, driven partly by the necessities of the moment. To be honest with you, I can't really explain why, I wound up with a trio of defense turrets. I'm just really happy that they're there. And I could say that about a few different things in this particular playthrough. So, I don't know. Like, I think probably the best comparisons that I would make would be something like Surviving Mars and Frostpunk, but in that case, you're really underselling the defense and the strategy component. And then if you want an example of what the ship combat is like, then you would turn and you mention a game like, FTL, for instance. And again, I don't think that's an unfair comparison, but it only gives you part of the picture. Clearly, there's more to that. There's more to that description than just sort of pointing, like, FTL doesn't really have any construction component to it other than equipping different components on the ship. And again, all of this stuff is in development, right? So a lot of stuff can change as well. So I'm questioning the wisdom of dedicating everybody to cleaning up garbage while we're on leisure time, but obviously I need to get these buildings up and running as quickly as I can. Is the smokestack full? Nope. So I suppose this invites the question, so how many people are actually working on... We got 5 people. Okay, I know what happened. Got too many people dedicated to mineral production, so we're gonna turn this floor off entirely. I really messed up this playthrough. Oh, this is the first floor. Darn it. And then we'll go to half on the tier 2. And I kind of want to have more production in the Radiation Palace, but... Do you have city elements like pollution and manage resource? Yeah, there's definitely pollution. So you'll sometimes see that some of my citizens are dying. It's because of the pollution. I'm trying to clean it up, but I'm just... like, I'm really kind of burning the candle at both ends on some of this stuff right now, so... If I take a look, we're 2K... Oh, sorry, we've got 400 in terms of tier 1 minerals, so I think we'll be okay there. I think I said I was going to turn off the... I'll turn off an entire floor, and then we'll go... Actually, no, I think I'm just going to turn off the floor on this one, and I'll still have 2 full floors going for isotopes, because we are sort of short on them. So the hope here is that this will secure us a few more bodies to clean up the waste. It means we have to put some upgrades on hold, but... And then for the extractors, let's say... How are we for tier 1? We're alright, so let's... Scale that back. We'll make the pickup trucks. Yeah, everything should be trucks. So again, hopefully the consequence here is an army of people cleaning out our... So yeah, if you want to see how this works, so like we've got pollution here, and you can see that I've got a big fan blowing it away, but that doesn't mean a whole lot anymore because of these, just because of my roads are sort of going around it at this point. What else are we trying to do? Well, once these ruins get taken care of, actually, I'm going to start... I'm going to put the... No, not construction. That was dumb. I'm going to put ruins and repair back. Actually, I think repair should be... So the reason I'm doing that for ruins is that we'll be able to build that other shipyard reasonably soon. But yeah, so when it rains, this pollution goes down. Similar with Zethane, it comes out of certain areas, but extracting it will pull it away. So lots of just different systems being, simulated in the background. And you don't know, when you play Titan, you feel like you play many games in just one game. Yeah, I mean, one thing I do like about the way Titan is structured is that I do sometimes feel like the like I don't always have to engage with the I guess, for lack of a better term, like extra games. So what I mean by that is, if I don't want to do the micro level of the ship combat, I've never really felt compelled to try and do it. That might be a failing of me, by the way. Oh man, look at that daily earnings. There's a nice little train going between these two now. How is it possible there's an idle idle unit? Okay, so do we have enough for a shipyard? Just enough for a shipyard. So of course we still need to build it, but at the very least here we can kind of give a home for some of these things. Okay, we're back online population-wise. I think I'm actually going to do clean up above move resources right now. I'd like to sort of see... Alright, so everybody just left. Oh, there we go, there we go. Look at all those trucks. That thing's going to be working overtime. So one of the reasons I wanted to boost up construct was... Oh, and sorry. So I'm not even going to worry about paying for the workers. At this point, we need to start repairing everything. And we're currently sitting on 180... Okay, you know what? The fact of the matter is we're not going to be able to take out... we're not going to be able to take out some bases for a bit. So goodbye, Rebel Turret. Goodbye, Rebel Turret. Now, I do need to think about where my next shipyard's going to be going. Probably somewhere here. Actually, here's not a bad spot either. Right beside a rebel turret. That's maybe one drawback, but... Oh my god, what happened with the rebel attacks? I felt like we were at the 50% mark not that long ago. Okay, well, we'll turn off the conversion centers. I think this is it, though. I think this is the death of my startup. Oh, wait a minute. I bet it was taking out those turrets that that set them off. Hang on. Okay, so it's 62. That's exactly what happened. Okay, good to know. I'm not going to do that then. I would like to live. Your last word for today. You play a lot of the same games, but every game, all of the games, I play better than you. Just check here in Titan, you see that you have a lot to learn. Well, okay, so first of all, thank you very much for saying that, Wolfenstein. So I really like to push back on the idea of playing games like right or wrong or better or worse. And like I don't want to be too I don't want to be too like fluffy about it, right? Like obviously in a game you're trying to achieve certain objectives, and you know, depending on how effective you are at being able to pursue those objectives, you will you know, you'll I guess you'll have like a better or worse time is maybe what I'm trying to say. So, you know, obviously you want to make sure that you're having fun above all. And definitely one really important thing is you know, the AI never will pay attention to what difficulty level you're playing on or whether or not you're playing quote unquote fair. You know, so obviously engaging with the game on your own terms and being able to you know, being able to get the most out of it, because of course you've paid for the game, which, by the way, thank you for supporting Brace Yourself Games. You know, I really think it's just kind of worth, you know, taking a moment to just sort of reflect on what we want to get out of these games. But one thing that I do know about myself is that I do tend to be very analytical by nature. And so when I play games like these, it's very common for me to sort of express things in terms of trade-offs and to be able to say, okay, so if I try and do X, that might work well for me in the short run, but you know, it does also mean that, you know, I'm going to get hit by, you know, this Y thing over here, and I need to sort of plan and prepare for that. So for instance, this is a case where I'm losing, but I'm able to sort of describe in terms that I understand about why I'm losing and how I might be able to do things better for a next playthrough. And I think sometimes there can be some value in being able to have that kind of reflection as you play a game, if you want to, you know, have a I guess easier time achieving your objectives. But yeah, I mean, obviously, the one thing I would never want is my enjoyment of a game and particularly my enjoyment of getting really in depth with some of the systems and some of the ideas of a game. I would never want that to be something that, you know, makes people feel like they need to go and improve, which I don't think is what you're trying to say at all, by the way. But yeah, I mean, one of the things that's really fun about this is to be able to. So one of the things I really like about streaming, and one of the reasons why I sometimes struggle when people backseat, because I understand that the backseating sometimes comes from a place where they want to, you know, they want to help. But one of the things that's really good for me is to be able to explore a game and to be able to kind of come to terms with how it works and like discover different and new approaches. To me, that's a really rewarding part of the process. And so as a result, I, you know, it's one of the ones where even if I don't know something, having the process of like burning my hand on the stove so I know never to do that again can sometimes be a way that I learn. To me, it's the really rewarding part about playing, to be able to do it live. And it's a little bit like going into a debate, I suppose. You never know if the person on the other side has like a real killer for your favorite argument. And if they do it, right? If somebody just like says something that you never thought of before, and you don't like, you didn't think, it's like, oh man, I'm mad you said that, because that's a really good point. Like, you can't say I can see. Well, I mean, you probably should. Okay, so like, there's a certain type of intellectual honesty in saying, is like, actually, you've convinced me. I'm on the other side now. But obviously, that doesn't tend to happen, and particularly when it's performative, or if it's, in the context of, let's say, like the House of Commons or something like that. You really can't afford to do that. And so, being able to do this live, and, every time I fail to understand something about the game and I reset, that's something that's documented, and that sort of shows the learning process. So for instance, all of a sudden it's like 89%. I'm like, okay, so even though I'm not really, I'm not zapping turrets anymore. I'm still going to have to deal with a rebel threat really soon. Practically now. This is going to suck. We're not even done repairing the turret. Let's just get the alarm. But yeah, I don't know. There's something really neat about being able to show the process, and to sort of think live, and hopefully do a good job and entertain people. But needless to say, Wolfenstein, like if you have a question about a game that I'm playing, or if there's something that you'd like to know about an approach that I'm taking, or specifically why I'm doing something, and that's true for everyone, let me know. Like, I really like explaining how I approach this sort of stuff. Yeah, and I mean, like, obviously I don't want to blame everything on the patch notes. Like, I made a set of decisions and they weren't necessarily very good ones. And now I need to live with the consequences of that. But yeah, what we're going to do here, we're going to do the same strategies before. The fact of the matter is we can't beat the rebels in a fair fight now, and we haven't been able to for the last few runs. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to make sure that the cluster of enemy units... So one, I want to make sure that the workdays... I want to be a little more careful with the workday. I want to try and get as much repair in as I can. And if they're targeting stuff that's weak, I want to make sure that I'm directing them to alternative targets. So for instance, this turret definitely needs a hero. So we're going to redirect this ship. So again, if I can get them into the triangle of death, that's best. But right now I'm going to let these two turrets go to town on this unit. Right now, most of the things that they're attacking can withstand the enemy hits. So I'm gonna sit. I'm gonna be patient, and we're gonna let what will happen. When we get to the end of the workday, so at 4 o'clock, we're gonna take whatever money is left over after all the repairs, and we're gonna put it into the biggest ship that we can find, and then I think we're actually gonna go turret hunting. Okay, so the Hunkered Rook is now ready for prime time. Again, the more time they spend attacking things that aren't turrets, the better it is for me. We're also ready to bring up this level 2 turret, which is important. Okay, they're going for the pylon here, so I might need to pull Oh, I forgot to crew up the ship. Get back in there. Okay, so we're gonna go after the escape now because this thing is. Oh, you know what? They're going in the wrong direction. That's a bit premature. Let's pull them back into the middle. Okay, this is down. That's good. Oh, I think I'm gonna lose it. I think I'm just gonna let the ship stay inside. Oh man, we just saved the shipyard. So I'm actually gonna take a bit of a circuitous route. So that's an employee on the Intemperate Ledger. It's 3 o'clock. Oh, we're like right at the tail end. Okay, so this is the worst possible time I could have this happen. So salary due is $19,275. There is no possible way we're going to be able to afford all of this. So what we're going to do now, we're going to jump into our new shipyard. We're going to select a ship, and with 12,000 credits, we can get any hull that we want. So the Kunter has a nice shape. I think we're going to work with that. The other possibility would be the highest hull strength, so we can get another 10. But I think the layout for the Kunter gives me a little bit more flexibility. And essentially, what we're going to do is we're going to refactor our approach. I am going to do something very silly, but hopefully pretty fun. So let's unlock this hull. I've got 4.7k left over. So again, we keep literally nothing else. So if I want a small hull. Actually, no, you know what? we still have like half an hour of repairs. So that I'm actually fine going to the workers. Okay, so I'd kind of like to see things go into the triangle of death, but we're in an okay spot. Oh, hang on. How much you want to bet they're all dying? Yep, they're dying to systems that are down. Okay, so what's going on here? Okay, so it's because people are not repairing life support. So then the question is, why are they not repairing life support? Actually, you know what? Let's just keep it here. I mean, it could just be that this thing's destroyed, but I don't think it works that way. Oh, interesting. So they're just running in place. So it might be that they're trying to get repairs done, and for whatever reason, it's not happening. Okay, well, I suppose the answer then is to try and get somebody to the right spot before the employees die. Okay, so we're going to take a new approach here. There should be a dismantle all. First of all, this gives us a bunch of extra employees, which is nice. Unfortunately, it does also mean that I don't have anything to throw at the defense turret. So this was poorly considered. Or sorry, so this defense turret might fall. We got 3 units attacking it, I think. Yeah, I don't see this thing surviving. That's a shame, especially because it meant that the employee died. Okay, we were a lot more bloodied on that than I wanted to be. There's an optimal level of blooding. So yeah, the real drawback here was I started dismantling my ships before the conflict was over, and that was not the right way to do it. I could obviously reload on that, but that's just me making a bad tactical decision. I don't really like reloading for that sort of stuff because it that's not really me learning stuff. That's me making a blunder, and making blunders are part of playing a game. And I sometimes think that if I want to win all the time, then I shouldn't play on hard, right? Like that was the whole reason why we did this particular playthrough, which was to try a really aggressive start on hard mode, and to see the clown show that resulted. So the approach that I'm going to take here is this. I'm going to dismantle the ship. And what we're going to do is we're going to replace the entire fleet with pylon killers. Or not pylon killers, with... Oh, that's an interesting bug. So the select ship menu came up when I was in the other shipyard. Now, I'm going to actually I have an interesting choice here, which is, would I want to repair this destroyed defense turret right away, or would I want to start building the replacement ship? And in this case, I'm actually going to build the replacement ship. Looks like our problem right now is not enough people on the tier 3s. I still think this is the right lineup though. Please tell me somebody's working on this. Well, there's nobody on dismantle jobs, so... So we're going to have a little bit of a dance here. And what it's going to come down to is I want to see how many shipyards I can build. Actually, again, this is something of a questionable decision. Ooh. I just don't think I'm going to be able to save that. I'm also annoyed that this is level 1. By the way, if anybody wants to be named have a tile or a building named after them, that is still open. I'm happy to support people's ambitions of becoming my nemesis. I should have got the 10. Alright, so this one's ready to go. This one's ready to be dismantled. What kind of a building would you like, Oren? Okay, and I've got to think about where I'm spending my isotopes. So if I can, I'd like to do whatever upgrades I had in mind but couldn't deliver on. So we've got a new extractor, a bunch of conversion centers. I guess I'd kind of, oh, here we go. So that's a 9. No, you know what? That's really dumb of me to do. I should be upgrading turrets. Okay, and looks like our mineral production's back where it needs to be. So, against my better judgment, shipyard goes here. So we need 2 CEUs for isotopes. Okay, we're not quite ready for the residential area there, but dealer's choice. All right. We're gonna make a conversion center after you. Aren't you glad not to have emotion? Okay, aren't you glad? Don't. Oh, here we go. Wait a minute, I can't name them. So I can... So apparently I can't rename it to the same length as the... What are you guys doing? Alright. Aren't you glad? You don't have emotions. Just for you to understand, you can pick up more workers, but you don't have enough of a budget. So no, I can't because I've been spending my money on repairing. And so because I've been repairing all of my buildings, I failed to pay my employees, so I can't actually use these conversion centers to... I can't use these conversion centers to actually make the workers that I would want. It's my highest priority to get back to that level. That's what all this construction down here is about. But at the moment, I'm actually in a little bit of trouble. So one thing I will say, like the penalties for like using influence to take out the rebels, they're meaningful. And notice the way that shifts the way that I'm playing the game. I am now far more likely to use my navy, where you'll notice that I previously didn't do anything with my navy. So like this is definitely an example of a choice that they have made, resulting in a specific set of outcomes for me. They're not necessarily ones that I'm like super happy to do. Like obviously I want to just win and not have to think. But it's really clear to see exactly what the what the changes this update. Well, okay, I don't know what they were intended to do, but it's very clear to see how what the consequences of those changes have been for my playthrough. I wonder what the pollution looks like now that we've... Yeah, this is looking pretty handsome, actually. Let's think a little bit about where I want to put some of my stuff next. So I'm not going to waste the minerals on this quite yet. Okay, while all the extraction's happening, let's think about how we're going to make this happen. So clearly this thing needs to have a large number of large lasers.
Salvage complete.
Now, the trick on this thing is that these are actually supposed to be very disposable. So I want to have enough to keep this ship working. I don't necessarily want to put anything I'm willing to lose on it. So a large laser is going to require 3 energy, so that means I need a minimum of 12. I think probably the best way for me to handle this is just to do at least 1 large generator, probably 2. And then, of course, that's going to have its own fuel costs. This is overkill fuel-wise, but it's one tier 3 mineral, no matter what. Like, I don't think that's going to be the thing that kills me. Okay, so if we want to have 4 turrets running, that means we need a minimum of 2 life support.
Device complete.
Actually, there is one thing that I'm going to do here. Okay, so an engine is required for a ship to take off. Additional engines provide slightly more speed. So one thing I'm going to do, and I'm just going to let the game... Oh, no, I can't let the game run in the background when I'm tabbed out. I'm going to go to the Discord, and I actually want to see if there's a maximum number of engines, because I seem to remember there was something like 4. Okay, Phantom Brigade. So the drawback here is that we're not talking about, people are talking about game engines as well as ship engines. So I feel like it's hard, right? Because I technically want to throw as many engines as I can into this thing so that we get through the defenses as quickly as possible. But that's probably not the right way to think about it. Like, because obviously this costs, like, every time I hit one of these things. So let's say, okay, actually, you know what, I am going to do, let's do 4 engines. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There, it's nice and tidy. Although a waste of resources on the life support. Okay, next up, we need to find a way of powering everything. And it might be nice to have some redundancies, so... Oh, but there's the trick, so... No, I'm still gonna do these relays. It's gonna make me a little more fragile, but I have some ideas about how to work with that. So, I mean, admittedly, a little overkill. If the premise behind this ship was, the minimum amount we need to throw into the maw of the rebels, this ain't it. But I think it has enough nice little redundancies inside of it to make, to sort of justify the approach. So then the question is like, well, what are we going to do in terms of reserves? Like, again, I don't want to pack this thing to the gills with batteries, but it also seems very foolish not to make sure that we've got some backup systems that the ship's going to be able to take advantage of. So let's just do a big fuel tank. And then finally, crew pods. So I think we said we were going to have 3. So, okay, so 4 of these need to man the guns. So I guess the question is, why did I bring 3? So let's ditch one of the life support and add an extra engine. And in that case, let's just do the full 6. So we're going to have 2... Oh, I know why. Because I wanted to have enough people to replace... No, okay, that's fine. We'll put 6 brave souls in the crew pods. And just hope they don't die before the ship blows up. What aspect of the update were you talking about that changed my gameplay? You're searching for the changes in the last update. It looks like they decreased the difficulty and rebel strength. So specifically, it's the fact that using influence to take out rebel buildings. Let me get the exact wording of the update. Sorry, I know the music got to the good part, but I do like trying to answer questions when I can. Because it could actually be that I'm misunderstanding how this happened, but... I don't think it's the hot fix that I want. Well, we'll give it a shot. Thank you, Jared, for putting it in an easy to find place, and thank you, Maddie, the same for the original patch notes. Kind of hungry. Okay, so patch 15. Balance, balance, balance. So the decreased spawn turret frequency is good, but remember that we were playing on a map under the old patch, so all the turrets are already in position. So here we go. Increase the effect of influence gain on the rebel threat meter by 25%. So we did a very influence-based strategy, which means that where the rebel threat meter is going up faster than I had anticipated at the start of the playthrough. And then increase the effect of credits gain on the rebel threat meter very slightly. I think we were going to have the income that we had already, so that's not as big of a deal. Several changes were made to the pacing of combat in order to make tactical decisions have more strategic depth. In general, the average duration of tactical combat has been doubled. Buildings all have about 50% more HP, doubled the ship HP for players and rebels. So basically, ships are stronger on a rebel. Sorry. So if you think about relative changes, right? Turrets, which I was relying on, are less strong. Players and rebels are stronger. Decreased ship repair costs to account for doubled HP. Crew on ships now take twice as long to suffocate to death. Adjusted explosion damage of ship hulls to be based on the new HP levels. Ship repairs are now 2 times faster as a result of more HP, and burrow duration is doubled to account for the longer combat duration. Rebel turret DPS for level 2 and level 3 has been reduced by 20%, but again, we haven't been using ships. So in general, the changes are a little bit more about letting you make decisions on the fly. But in practice, it also means that, to me at least, there's more emphasis on ships and less on turrets, which I think is one of the reasons why, even though we have a bunch of tier 3 turrets like blasting away at the rebels, we're still seeing these people sort of die death of 1,000 cuts. So what I'm going to be doing here as an alternative I'm responding to the patch by shifting into the type of activities that have been rewarded in this patch, which is to say, the oh, did I? I'm a dummy. I'm investing in ships, and I'm moving away from buildings. You know, I should probably just put a large relay in the middle here and be done with it. Does that fix what I'm looking for, though? Not really. I'll admit, I do not understand why employees are not using the med bay. I mean, I'll stick one on here just to see if they take advantage of it, but... Exactly why I'm building more ships. Okay, we're already halfway through the workday, so this isn't going to do a whole lot for me. I think we've got enough time against the rebel threat meter that I think I'm going to... Again, against my better judgment, maybe. But I think I'm actually going to relax a bit on the... I'm going to relax a bit on the repairs. I'm going to try and go through a cycle where we pay, like we pay everyone so that we can convert the workers. And I think we're also going to ramp up production at Mineral Mavens. So this is upsetting because there was clearly somebody already, and someone already here. Yeah, so some stuff didn't properly turn off. So I think all the floors should be running at Mineral Mavens. I think we'll keep the isotopes where they are now, although I could really stand to do some upgrades for certain buildings. Oh God. I was scared this was going to happen. Holy crap, we're ready to go. I'm still going to throw another engine in here, though. Not enough. How's the nonsense going? I'll give you an answer in just a minute. We need to see if the penance is gonna make me sad. Oh, good. Okay, the workday's done, so now we can afford to repair everything. And because we paid everybody, we can also afford to convert a bunch of people. So when I can, I'd like to upgrade the extractor just so that we can have a big steady flow of minerals coming in. It's maybe less of a priority at the moment, but it is something that I need to deal with. I could also use some more power, but I'll try and deal with that as it emerges. Interesting, we're out of red artifacts. That's the only limit to our play here. Okay, I'm gonna start. I think I'm gonna start clearing out this whole area just because it's gonna be like all my condos. Yeah, we might lose the fight here. So one way we can kind of tilt this to my advantage. Bring them a little bit deeper into the base so we can have more than one turret firing on them. Now we're already halfway through to the next rebel attack, so I want to be careful. So while we just took some damage off of that, they're not coming after the... Well, okay, looks like they're after the turret again. But the really nice thing, of course, is that we're... you know, we've got multiple units attacking it now. Okay, so connect these guys. So we used to be killing it with minerals before, but I'm actually a bit short. Sorry, I need a minute to think. So I was originally going to be building like all of these satellite cities in this whole area, but we're clearly not going to win if we do that. So my next approach is going to be okay, well, this is a start. This may not be the smartest thing for me to do at the moment, but it's our last residential area that we need, and in fact, okay, yeah, we're already out of the minerals. I am slightly mad that the units are taking their sweet time to get rid of these tier 1 minerals. There's a pretty clear choice towards bankruptcy that I've just embraced here, right? So I have a negative 20k earnings at the moment, and the fact of the matter is we don't have nearly enough employees to be able to make that work. That's not really the point. The point is to just get as many bodies as I can, because I'm going to be throwing them into ships and throwing them at the rebels before too long. You recently watched a show. What show did you watch, Crack Steve? The one thing, I think this would have worked. The only problem was I didn't commit. So I probably could have taken a lot of these tier 3 minerals and turned them into ships, and then we would have gone hunting rebel HQs. Okay, so I think we're going to fast forward stuff for now. Actually, no, sorry, I lied. I'm going to get my power up because that's going to be a liability when the rebel attack comes. Okay, we've got space now for a whole lot more citizens. No jobs for them yet, but that's phase 2 of the plan. Assuming it ever gets to that. Again, pretty much if there's bodies on it, we'll bring it into the colony now. And before this burns us, let's get another pylon up. Sanguine Jenkins. Or sorry, Sanguine Janus. Okay, actually, you know what? That was not a bad... That was generally not a bad ship design that we just had there. Oh my god, we're already at 93. Thinking of where I can get the extra power. I guess depending on the time of day, I might have to turn off some of the... Oh, actually, you know what? We could turn off the... No, sorry, this one we want to turn on. We could turn off the rest of the shipyards because we don't need them during the fight. This defense turret's going to be worse than useless. Right this way, sir. Hey, OTDQ, how you doing? Thank you very much for the birthday wishes. I hope you're doing well. For those of you who do not know OTDQ, sorry, actually, I know you don't. I know there's an interruption to the music. OTDQ is the best sound expert currently in this chat right now with a name starting with an O. Unless, Oren, your name starts with an O, in which case I'm going to have you two fight over it. No, Kevin is one of the co-founders of Power Up Audio, who have done some excellent work on many different games that you've probably played and really enjoyed. And while you may not have said out loud, "My God, the sound work on this is amazing," they almost certainly greatly enhanced your enjoyment of some of your favorite games, for the same reason that Star Wars is actually a really lame movie if you watch it without the sound. In any case, I have had the pleasure of meeting OTDQ at a few different local meetups. There's a meetup in Vancouver called Full Indie, which I got to see him at, along with a couple of other moments. Power Up does work on Industries of Titan, and I am getting clobbered in a save that So the save was built under the old rules, so I was doing an influence-based, buy the rebels out from under them strategy, and all of the changes to how ships and turrets work is completely, just completely ruined the strategy I was trying, and we're suffering for it. But that's part of the fun. Anyway, sorry, I should actually mention that so one of the reasons why I shouted out OTDQ is not necessarily just because of the work that he does on Industries of Titan, but it's actually because he's also a very capable streamer in his own right. I am not someone who really knows anything about speedrunning, and yet I really feel like OTDQ has done a great job of just sort of showing me another side of sort of gaming and streaming that I maybe can't appreciate as a practitioner, but very much appreciate as a viewer. So that's another great thing that you can be watching them for. On top of just, generally cool people are fun to watch in and of themselves. So I encourage you to do it just for that reason. Oh no! Sorry, that was supposed to be repair all. I think I'm probably going to have to distract the penance for a little bit. Yeah, well, I mean, I try to go to the movies at least for my birthday, but that's not happening in Ontario. I hope that things are a little bit better in Vancouver. So my plan B was stream with all of you. I was actually planning on doing a few. Games, but Titan being the type of game that it is has definitely resulted in me spending some quality time. All right, I'm gonna have to prioritize what buildings get the power. So I was really hoping not to have the damage on the Sanguine Jenkins, so that we could get some repairs in. There's a new Mario Kart 64 skip achieved today. Dude bashed his face into a wall for an hour and eventually clipped through. Those are fun. The other ones that I really like are sometimes when I see stuff like the Doom speed runs, and it from a completely outside perspective, it's like, look at this rock, now you can fly. And I'm like, I am not quite sure how it happened. I'm just really glad that somebody discovered it. Yeah, actually, sorry, Oren, that was one of the things I was meaning to ask you about your project was, because I've not seen it myself. Why is this offline? Oh, because it's not connected. Are you at a point where, I know you shared your level doc, but are you at a point where you feel comfortable sort of sharing some details about the project that you're currently working on? Because I know Radio Viscera just recently came out, which was a local project that I was really interested in and sort of been following as a result of looking at things. But obviously you're working on something right now, and if you especially if there's some people in chat who want to find, interesting new indies, I suspect probably you've got a very sympathetic audience right now. If you missed this recent Summer Games Done Quick, you'd recommend watching the Halo 2 speedrun. I've never actually played Halo 2, but I have an Xbox now, so I'm correcting that oversight. Part of the run is played single-player co-op with the player holding both controllers? I struggle with one controller. That sounds amazing and frustrating. There's a thing called arbitrary unit possession, which allows one of the co-op players to become the other thing in the game, like enemies, vehicles, etc. And in doing so, the player gains that thing's properties. Okay, I think I see where this is going. Well, slightly. I'm probably not like I'm not quite in tune enough with the powers to fully appreciate what's going on, but I have a feeling I have an inkling of where this goes. It's not for you. Never did any speed runs. You just watch, and there's a speed run with no hit. Those guys are amazing. Yeah, I mean, there's tons of like Outworld, who is somebody who occasionally stops by, and I've hosted before. Is sort of known for his Mortal Kombat speed runs. And again, it's a totally different perspective on gaming, which I'm utterly fascinated by. But I would be lying if I said I had even half an idea of what goes into those kinds of achievements. You're definitely comfortable talking about it. It's nothing special, just something to keep your skills busy and build a portfolio. About to brush up on your skills. Unreal Engine 5 Early Access just came out a couple months ago. I've seen that. Apparently, Sir Karma has actually been playing around in it a little bit. I suspect... I mean, so I was one of the people who backed... Okay, so let me just start off by saying gamers have a tendency to impose some really weird rules on developers, and ones that I don't think people have collectively agreed on. So like this idea that, you can't release DLC while in early access. It doesn't say that on Steam anywhere, and I don't believe there was ever a conversation about it. And I would also argue, while I don't know a lot about game development, it does seem to me that different things get finished at different times. And so perhaps it may be useful to have those people employed towards creation of additional content. But like definitely some games will have God, sorry, I completely lost the plot of where I was going. Like again, like it's just some of these things where like I sometimes wonder when people are ripping into games for doing certain things. I'm like, well, where did this come from? Because I don't remember like sitting down and having the conversation about whether or not this was or was not a good thing. So anyways, why am I ranting on about this? First of all, we should have done this so much earlier. Let's just put... Oh, no. Clean up. It kills me that I'm putting processing below, but we're not going to be able to afford anything if we do that. If we don't do that. The whole point of going, ham on the employees was to try and keep the waste under control, and that didn't turn out. But yeah, anyways, where I'm going with this, I was a backer of the Systemchalk remake, and one of the reasons I did that was because they had a working demo as part of the Kickstarter that I felt showed enough promise to say, okay, this thing is for real. I am intrigued enough to put some money behind this thing. And like the next thing I read this wasn't like immediate, but like it kind of felt like things were being delayed for a little bit. And then out of nowhere, there's this announcement is like, we're pleased to announce that we've moved to the Unreal Engine. And I'm like, I kind of know I'm not going to see this game now. That's probably not true. Like Night Studios has kind of come out and said, no matter what, they're going to release the game. But like, I was pretty annoyed by that because I really feel like I've seen I also backed Project Phoenix, and they had a similar thing where like, there seemed to be some progress on the game, and then sort of out of nowhere, this announcing of an engine switch, and all of a sudden I'm not hearing about the game anymore. So, with that in mind, all I want to say is that I was a little surprised to hear Sir Kama playing around with Unreal Engine 5 and speaking so highly about what it can be done, because my own experience of messing around with engines mid-production, or sorry, my experience as a consumer has been, this is the way that projects die. But I also have heard with UE5 that apparently it is actually quite straightforward to migrate projects. So, which was encouraging to see. But yeah, I did, all that's just a really long riff off of what you'd mentioned was I did know that the Unreal Engine 5 had recently come out. So I'm catching up with everybody on chat. Wait a minute, sorry. There's another thing on LTDQ that you wrote that I read, but I didn't register at the time. It said, but they aren't dead; they're alive as a dead body and have dead bodies' properties, so that they can be blasted through. Man, sorry. I read that. I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting, and then I reread it. I'm like, wait a minute, what? So sorry. I'm a little distracted. I haven't even had anything to drink yet. Just you jamming doing it. So the World War II game Enlisted is a recent example of a game with a unique rollout. It's a free game, but with each campaign is an early access for a month or so, where you can pay to gain access or just wait a little bit until all the kinks are ironed out. It also has a battle pass. Okay. Wolfenstein says from the consumer's point of view, they don't like DLC and early access because they want to have the security that the game will be finished first. Yeah, but I think the thing is that there's also never been the promise that the game would be finished in early access either. You clearly want it to be, but that's like the first thing that the Unreal or the Steam page says, which is that, you know, you should consider that you are buying this thing as is. And the trick is that because not everything's going to be finished at the same point, it still seems self-defeating to say to developers, you can't improve this aspect of the game, or you can't get this bit of DLC out, because it would seem to me that cutting a developer off from revenue sources is more likely to result in a game not being finished than it is for, you know, a developer. You know, like, again, I sort of get where people are worried. It's like, you know, are you dedicating resources that would have been put towards making this game the best thing that it could be? Maybe I'm not interested in buying the DLC. But like, the thing is that I don't really know how many people are in a position to be able to determine what things, it's like those people who say that, you know, Apex Legends isn't getting the security support it needs because they're too busy focusing on cosmetics. Like, how many people do you know that do like skins and models for games that also like moonlight as, you know, as people who are going to analyze, you know, access logs to find out if a DDoS attack is coming or something like that. So, yeah, correct, Steve. If I missed your statement, you said that you finished a show, but I don't think I saw which one you said. I'm sorry if I missed that. Their claim to fame on this UE5 release is that all UE4 projects and games will seamlessly port to UE5. It's a big statement. let's see if it so far seems to be true, which is insanely impressive. Oh, cool. It's bizarre, and the problem with being a dead body is that you can't move, so the only way to quote-unquote die and respawn and therefore progress is to have the dead body deleted. So how did they get around that? You need to void it out of the map or your soft lock. God. So, like, obviously I really like picking away at the game and seeing how it's working. Like, obviously here I'm getting clobbered because of a set of decisions that I made earlier that were adjusted in the patch. Not only, like, there's other mistakes that I'm making in this as well. I don't want to blame it entirely on the patch, obviously. But you know, like that's me, like, operating within the rules of the game, right? So when I set up a big array of oh, actually, there's another thing I want to do before I go too far on that. Okay. You know what? It'd be nice if I didn't take damage as I was flying through things, so maybe I'll just build them in ship shape after all. Run for your lives! Okay, so we can escape. But yeah, like most of the stuff that I'll do will operate within the confines of the game. So like when I build a big fuel silo and beside a rebel base and try to blow it up, that's just me being reflexively awful. But like speedruns defy all reason, but they're delightful for it. Like I'm really impressed. So we've also got A. Jared J here. So A. Jared J is another person affiliated with Industries of Titan. Wonderful streamer in his own right. Sorry I've been a little bit more lurky in your streams lately, but I have been I've been just really busy work-wise. Obviously I was able to catch a bunch of Brace Yourself streams, which was wonderful. But then I had to make that up in all the other stuff that I was doing. So but yes, in any case, however you watch Jared, either through the Brace Yourself channel or through his own streaming, Jared's been doing a bunch of music lately, but is not limited to it. And I actually got to appreciate competitive Pokemon through him, and I'm not somebody who's ever played Pokemon. Also, I believe you got one of the randomly assigned gift subs, Jared. So if you would like to avail yourself of these very lovely emotes by Eyes of Sin. Actually, if you guys want, because this is like again, this is a little more freeform. Admittedly, I'm just kind of playing Industries of Titan. I'm sorry I'm not explaining it as well as I normally do, because like really I'm just kind of hanging out playing video games with you all. But if you guys would like an explanation as to who each of these people are, I'd be delighted to to share each of the emotes. Or if any of you know which each of these emote, if you know who some of these figures are in the emotes, you can share them with the class. Cyberpunk 2077 would have been a very different story if they would have released a beta build that you could then gain access to for like $30, and maybe it's just the open world with no missions, but the expressed intent that in this beta and the bugs are being worked on, then release updates with features as they get polished up. I mean, even that I think is sometimes a controversial choice. And again, like please keep in mind, so like obviously Oren's working on their game, OTDQ and A. Jared J. I think Brian hopefully is teaching his class. This stream alone, there have been quite a few professionals in gaming. And so, for the same reason that as much as I love my profession, and it's, there's an easy way to be elitist about this, and I don't want to be. But like when I'm doing my thing and someone says, "Oh, you're an economist. Let me tell you my opinions on the economy." This has generally not heralded a very fruitful or rewarding conversation. So I just want to get that out of the way right at the start, because I am a player of games. I am not a maker of games. Well, okay. Those of you who played Supply Chain know that there may be a thing. Actually, there may be more than one thing that has my name on it, but those don't count for the purposes of this discussion. But anyways, with that in mind, the big thing here is I think that there does tend to be quite a bit of discussion about the idea of whether or not earlier versions of games should be priced differently at the start, because I think a lot of people seemed to question the decision of Baldur's Gate in its early form, Baldur's Gate 3, rather, whether or not that was right to have the full price for. I actually think it's a more subtle question than a lot of people can sometimes appreciate, because of course you can say that about any game, right? Like if you are an early adopter of a game, you're usually going to be playing the worst version of it. Even something like Battlefield 5, which I tremendously enjoy, and for all people like to complain about about EA. Like, didn't have a single bit of, didn't have a single expansion DLC. Everything was cosmetics. Like, it's basically everything that people have ever wanted in terms of their like laundry list of grievances with that company. Every single thing as far as the like DLC policies were concerned were satisfied so far as I can tell, right? Like, cosmetic DLC, no like expansion DLC that you'd pay for. All of the new maps would come in with updates and so on and so forth. And everybody still complained about Battlefield 5 because they put women in the game. So you can't win, right? But it's it's an interesting one, which is to say, like, should I get a discount on the launch version of Battlefield 5 because it didn't have like the Pacific campaign maps inside of it? I am gonna get clobbered by this new rebel attack. I'm just way too slow in getting my new ships up. I should have committed to one path and stuck with it. And it's tricky because there's a bunch of games which have actually very successfully worked on the, we're doing an early version and we're going to slowly raise the price over time. And then there are other games which have, given a full price at the start, and people have been quite satisfied with it as well. And actually, so one of the data sets I would love to look at, and I probably never will, would be Ludon Studios sales. Because, of course, Ludon are the creators of RimWorld, have only just recently started putting RimWorld on sale at 10%. And it's very likely they're not going to change that for a really long time. So this would give a fascinating insight in terms of the game of chicken that people play with developers in terms of discounts. And Ludon's point of view is that, we've made a game that is worth paying the full price for, and we're not going to compromise on that price. There's another game that tried to do that, The Castle Doctrine, which had a much heavier multiplayer component, and I mean, it just, like, the only thing it really seemed to accomplish was upsetting its existing player base past a certain point, because they were saying that there's nobody left to play it. So, you've got two very similar pricing strategies and two very different approaches to game development, and two very different, two very different sets of priorities for their player bases. And, it's hard to say that you always want to do X or you always want to do Y. I'm very interested in basically price elasticities for games, and people have very kindly shared some data with me. I'm working on a different set of problems right now, and I'm still trying to... Actually, that was what today's work was supposed to be, but I'm playing Titan now, so shame on me. But yeah, like, obviously, sorry, I'm like all over the map in terms of topics. So I do see the stuff in chat. I will try and answer as quickly as I can. But it's definitely not a one size fits all thing. And again, just as far as data is concerned, like, I think a side effect of specifically what's happened with RimWorld is, there's an interesting insight in terms of player expectations in terms of prices and sort of perceptions of value. Anyways, let me just catch up. There's a few things that were mentioned in here. But yeah, so all I wanted to do was to say, it's like, even then when we're talking about like the idea of the more complete the game is, the more it should cost. The funny thing is that one of the biggest kind of successes in terms of like getting games sold, right? Like, obviously the sale days can be some of the most successful for a given game. Oh wow, this field turbine's pulling nothing out of the... I wonder why. Well, maybe give it some time for an employee to show up, but it feels really weird that this thing's like generating nothing. Ah, yeah, there we go. I was just being impatient. And then, of course, I mean, like, we can think about the fact that everybody loves to rip on Star Citizen. Well, I mean, Star Citizen's definitely a model of that, where there's this really long development cycle, and things to buy are being released incrementally, and they're being accused of being a scam. Obviously, I don't have very strong opinions on that, and I know that's a really hot button issue for some people, so please don't shoot. But that's just it's kind of another example of how even stuff that seems obvious at the time, again, we sometimes seem to impose these arbitrary rules, which once you actually sort of think about how people have responded, and again, like, people are not uniform, right? Some people are going to be okay with one set of choices and not okay with another. But I guess the best I could say is, in a lot of cases, I sometimes wish people would just be more honest and say, I just don't like this game very much, or I don't like this developer very much, because I think that's sometimes what this is boiling down to. But yeah, let me catch up really, really quick. So Wolfenstein said, you're just definitely throwing out how you would have tried to handle the release, although you've never been part of a 10-year-long project, so what do I know? Well, the other thing, too, is, at least if the stories about The Witcher 3 development are any indication, apparently it was very chaotic. And so I think one of the risks that a game being developed like that would run into would be, you go down a particular avenue. So I didn't really follow Cyberpunk that much while it was in development. And yet I feel like there was a lot of talk about how there was going to be this, like, I'm trying to think how, oh God, I forgot the crew pods. I think there was a talk about how, like, there was going to be a style trait or something like that, based on the types of clothing that you had worn. And then, like, basically the way that it appears in the game now is it's like any armor in a game. Like, you just, you put on your clothes, and it doesn't matter. Like, one could be a Kevlar helmet, and the other one could be a, oh God, Admiral Yamaha's coming again. Oh, maybe not. No, we're getting the old music. Never mind. But the rebels are still showing up. Maybe now is not the time for me to be messing around with these. Okay, tell you what, I'll pause and catch up just so we can see. Although the good thing is the workday just started, so we're going to be able to afford to repair a whole bunch of stuff. So let's get that underway. We've already shut down all of the conversion centers, so I've not left myself a lot of wriggle room here. But we can turn down shipyard number 5, which only exists to give me the extra fleet capacity. Okay, let me just take a second here and catch up with chat. So, but yeah, so, like, the challenge would be is that, like, if you find out something's not working, I think Sunless Sea had this, where they originally had a turn-based ship combat system, and then they ultimately decided on the real-time system that is in the game currently. But I know a lot of their backers were really upset about the fact that was changed, where they preferred the old turn-based system. And so again, you run into that situation where it's like, well, you have taken somebody's money for a certain product. At what is our obligation to someone in terms of like fulfilling an expectation? Because I think it's fairly clear that a lot of expectations that we will have as consumers of games are not necessarily feasible, realistic, or even desirable from a design perspective. But obviously I don't want to be too seller friendly on that either, because there should be a set of standards that developers do hold themselves to. And obviously it's not in anybody's interest to upset an audience. And I don't think anybody's kind of going out of their way to specifically fleece people, or at least it's a lot less than I think people would accuse developers of. But I mean, in the end, you want to have standards, right? Where were we? Oren said but the problem is that others AAA games don't follow this path, like Red Dead Redemption 2. Sure, although, I mean, it's hard to say Red Dead Redemption 2 is a great example, precisely because of the articles about sort of crunch that came out. And of course, not every company is Rockstar. I mean, they've got a very solid financial base from which to develop those things. And in fact, 2K as a whole tends to put its franchises sort of on ice for a while, and then bring them back, except for their sports stuff. Like I think they have like yearly sports release. But they seem to like, they're not Ubisoft. There is not like the yearly Grand Theft Auto. Maybe that'll change. But for the time being, that hasn't really gone through. What if Red Dead Redemption 2 was possible to be made and launched, but Cyberpunk couldn't be? Well, I mean, they're different developers, right? And I mean, I know for a fact CD Projekt Red does not pay Rockstar money. Like the thing is that like, so one thing that I'm going to talk economics wise, just because I know what I'm talking about on that. A very common assumption when you're speaking very generally about economics is to like have homogeneous goods. So like, what if I talk about the video game industry, right? You have your supply curve and your demand curve, and you look for the intersection and you wave your hands, point to that intersection and say causality or whatever. And that's the heart and soul of economics. The problem is that nobody goes to the store and says 1 video games, please. I say, I want to play Industries of Titan because that guy who talked too much over the game didn't really show me a lot of gameplay, and I'm intrigued enough that I want to see what this game is like. And, Brace Yourself Games has a monopoly on Industries of Titan, but you also have other gaming alternatives, right? Maybe you'll say, okay, I'm not quite ready for Industries of Titan, or, the Systemchalk guy just said that, they have a monopoly on Industries of Titan, and so they raised the price to $600. Maybe I'll try Frostpunk instead. Which is a wonderful game, by the way, but only partially like Industries of Titan. So the difficulty here is that, like, Cyberpunk 2077 is not Red Dead Redemption 2. The teams making it are different. The goals are quite different in terms of producing those games. I actually have some fairly strong opinions about what went wrong on Cyberpunk 2077 because of what I've read about CD Projekt Red and certain things that were sort of hinted at from the press releases that they were doing. But that's just it. Those are my opinions as an outsider. And I'm sure many other people will disagree. And so the question is like, what value am I necessarily adding with those given opinions? But the idea that one company is able to successfully produce a very large-scale game does not at all imply that other studios are necessarily going to be able to do the same thing. I think the best example that I could take would be, Crypt of the Necrodancer was quite a successful game so far as I can tell. And despite the fact that it's a successful game, you don't really see a lot of Crypt of the Necrodancer clones. But Brace Yourself did make Cadence of Hyrule. So Brace Yourself seems to be very good at making Crypt of the Necrodancer games. And I'm not going to say that Crypt of the Necrodancer is the hardest problem in computer science, let's say. I am going to say, though, that there's probably, the ability to produce something of the quality of Crypt of the Necrodancer is quite a bit harder than other potential projects that somebody wanting to try and take all the lessons from another game might be brought in. And again, similarly, a game like Cyberpunk 2077, even if they had a really clear idea about what they wanted to make from the start, which is by no means a certainty, I just think there are so many just random factors that can go into development that the ability of one different studio to be able to deliver on such a project is no indicator of future performance along those lines. Oh, and you know what? Oren's probably just said the same thing better. I think the answer here is experience and size of the team. Rockstar has a resume and a track record of building massive worlds, whereas CD Projekt Red doesn't quite have that level of scale. If you're not mistaken, The Witcher 3 also had trouble with launch and a long road of improvements afterwards, but CDPR should have been able to identify the issues earlier on and adjust to meet scope, expectation, and production. And of course, that also sort of has embedded the assumption that... so what I'm going to be doing... I'm going to do the guerrilla thing here. Actually, you know what? We have enough money, and don't normally like doing this, but no, I think I should use my ship to distract. So let's start by saving the power plant. So if I can get away with sending them to the death triangle, I will. But I don't think I'm going to be able to do it in time. Oh, just in time for the turret to come up. Good lord. But yeah, I mean, there's also kind of an embedded assumption that the problems were not identified because having worked on some, questionably managed projects in my time, it is very often the rank and file who are quite aware of how borked everything is. And unfortunately, they're the ones who need to implement the unrealistic vision and sort of do the best that they can in the context. We're launching the other ship just so I can try and get some relief on my units. But yeah, I mean, again, like, please keep in mind, like, I am a guy with an opinion, which makes me exactly the same as every other guy with an opinion online. Not that this is groundbreaking for anyone to learn, but stuff's complicated. It's actually one of the reasons why I like Brian on the Rock streams, because, as much as I like to be a little bit of a troll and as much as I like to sort of mess with him, I actually think he does a really wonderful job of explaining to people why things are the way that they are. Particularly the perception that for some things, if only they were willing to spend money on it, this thing would be fixed. And I actually don't think that happens. I'm trying to save Orin's... let's hit the burrow button. I'm trying to save Orin's... conversion center. By the way, I should also mention too, I actually think I don't believe this phenomena is unique to gaming. So this is a really old example, but it's probably one that people could stand to remember. There was a company called Long-Term Capital Management. Sorry, I've got a bunch of surplus. Oh, actually, I'm going to try something sneaky here. So I don't know if this is going to do the trick. So I want to know if the angry meter goes up while... Let's get like really egregious with it. I want to see if another attack, like if we're like close to 50% off of doing that, then I'll know. But yeah, so like there's a company called Long-Term Capital Management, and they hired quite literally Nobel Prize winning economists and financial professors. Like I do not think you could have asked for a better brain trust. It was a oh, interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the main menu. But yeah, like you've got this absolute star team, lots of money going behind it, to make money. Like the people who invented certain financial models that get used to price assets, going to work for that firm, and the result was disastrous. The company went bankrupt. Their investors lost everything, so far as I can tell. I should be focusing on the... Oh, but that's not in my territory. But yeah, I mean, it's possible to like have a lot of money and hire sort of a brain trust to deliver like really spectacular results, and to ultimately sort of fail to achieve the goal. I guess the other thing I should think about is if the if the dismantling is the thing that matters. Oh, we should probably kill the turrets. But yeah, so it's definitely not a story for... obviously, long-term capital management is different than CD Projekt Red. And yet, I sometimes think that these kinds of stories are meaningful, because they very often illustrate that... basically, my personal feeling is that professionals are usually so good at what they do, they make it look easy. And unfortunately, that can sometimes create some very unrealistic expectations in terms of what what other people can do. And yeah, I agree. Like Brian, this is like, there is definitely like an idea of like false modesty or humility or whatever. I really try not to do that. Like if I think I have something meaningful to say about something and that I should be listened to, I will say that. But I also know that for gaming that there is sometimes a culture of, speaking first, thinking later. And I really try not to contribute to that, because I sometimes think that if we clog up the channels with too much noise, I enjoy and benefit from early access games very much. And so, in those circumstances, being able to have clear channels of communication has resulted in, better games that I enjoy more. And if I ever wind up doing something to close off those avenues of communication, the consequence for me is just going to be fewer games that I enjoy. But obviously, in the case of Brian, he sort of has the authority of someone who, makes a living doing this stuff. There's obviously doesn't mean that like. The one thing I would want to say is like just there's sometimes a tyranny of experts too, right? Like obviously for the same reason like people have opinions on economics. I kind of made that joke, right? And like when somebody's like, oh yeah, let me tell you my opinion on economics. Usually that usually doesn't bode well in terms of the quality of conversation that I'm about to have. But I also don't necessarily think that the only people who can have opinions on on the economy are academic economists. I think that would be really horrible because clearly it is something that touches all of our lives. It deals with something that I think everybody can relate to, which is, scarcity, who gets what? How do we handle that rather thorny question? And, people deserve some proper answers to those kinds of questions. So it's why, it's definitely why I like checking out Brian's stream, because I do feel that sometimes when he's dealing with what might be an unfair question, I feel like he does a very good job of bringing it to sort of a layperson's level. Something I wish I could do more in my own case. But yeah, we all have our different talents, I suppose. But yeah, also my apologies to those of you who work. By the way, I don't know if Night Valiant's still here. I don't know if I shouted him out. Night Valiant's another streamer who was here a little earlier, but for some reason I just sort of thought, it's like, did I ever actually shout him out when I said hi? My apologies if I didn't. Oh, wow, we're still losing money. I would have thought that would have been enough. I should have spent the upgrade on the office then. Okay, well, let's fast forward until we can start properly repairing stuff again. We're doing well for our minerals. I guess I have to use this shipyard then. But yeah, obviously, for those of you who do make a living doing this stuff, my apologies if I have joined the chorus of people who don't know what they're talking about on your profession. Certainly, any misrepresentations are a function of my own lack of understanding, and I certainly don't want to. I don't like being responsible for sort of perpetuating bad opinions or rumors. I guess one bit of good news is that so far we've actually done a not bad job of holding back the rebels. Like, it's been dicey, but we've that last one we actually didn't lose anything. See you next time. Good gameplay and stream. Good night, guys. Thank you very much, Wolfenstein. So yeah, this maybe I should have just called this the Industries of Titan birthday stream, because I have a feeling I'm going to be stuck with Industries of Titan the whole time, which is not a bad fate at all. But I am a little curious. I'm a little curious to see if I'll see this thing through to the end or not. I did make sure that I booked the art gallery for the afternoon, so I can sleep in if I have to. But okay, actually, here's a question. Do you guys want to know what I'm talking about when I talk about price elasticities? This is actually something I'm working on with some Steam data. If you don't, like, that's totally fine, because it's not like an exciting subject. But I was just thinking that while I'm waiting for a couple of seeds to blossom in the game, that might be something we can talk about. I'm gonna take that as a no. I don't blame you. All right. We can slow things down a little bit for this next, which is the entryway? Right, okay. Ooh, I actually just had a neat strategy idea. Okay, so I'm still gonna do my Doom Fleet approach. Just here for the good vibes, down to talk about whatever. Yeah, well, it's, I mean, like, it's a, like, okay. Let me not explain price elasticity, and let me instead explain why it's interesting. So, pretty much anybody will understand that if you raise the price for something for most goods, not all, people will buy less of it. And if you lower the price of a good, again, all things being equal. Okay, so I'm thinking the sudden jump in Rebel Threat might have been... I didn't actually see those things get dismantled. So I might have just wasted a bunch of influence and signed myself up for another Rebel wave. Which is unlucky for me if true, but I made my choices. I probably could have stood to enable the turrets, though. So with that in mind, think as if you were trying to sell something into the world. And you needed to... I'm just figuring out which of these things I can afford to launch. This one's repairing, so... Although I'm still going to try this nonsense strategy. So yeah, sorry. Like, imagine you're trying to sell a product. One thing you might want to think about is, okay, what is the best price for me to sell that product? Because just because somebody buys less of something doesn't necessarily mean that the price you picked was a bad one. If you cut the price in half, but 8 times as many people buy the product, which is obviously what happens with something like a Steam sale in a lot of cases, then the idea, like that pricing that you chose, is actually one that will generate more revenues for you. And then for other goods, you'll have situations where maybe you do a small price change, maybe a small, a small drop in the price, or sorry, a very large drop in the price, but a very an inconsequential change in terms of the numbers. And so essentially usually what people will talk about is called the own price elasticity. So basically the change, when you change the price of the good, and you, a new turret. That's one of the reasons I've been reluctant to break the turrets, although I guess I can get away with it here. No, I can't, because it's 25. Is not great that my units are taking their time. I'm gonna try and hold the line for as long as I can. Yeah, so basically the own price elasticity will refer to the change in consumption in response to a percent change in consumption in response to a percent change in price. So you can sort of see why that might be interesting to somebody who's selling a given product, because why have they not made this defense turret yet? Wait, I can claim it, but I can't dismantle it? It's involved in combat, but what is it shooting at? So in addition to wanting people who can, so in addition to people who are selling products, yeah, no, that counts. I don't know if this is a known one or not. Oh, actually, Jared. So just because, sorry, just because I can abuse the presence of someone here. Here's something that I think is great. Please don't change this. All right, so this is Conversion Center 3, right? And let's rename this. Let's call this the Jared. My inside. Okay, I ran out of. No insides. That's what the J stands for. All right, there we go. We've now named our conversion center. It's like, okay, well let's rename this. I think it should be Conversion Center 3 again. Hey. Okay, well actually, would be helpful if I spelled it correctly. Hey, what are you playing at? I don't know if anybody's mentioned that one. But I think this is kind of funny. Ah. And if those aren't new, I'm sorry. I'm a lot less better. I'm not good at finding novel bugs apparently. No! Leave it alone! It's gonna be close. Okay, let's make sure the right target's getting the right attention. Excellent. Okay. Let's try and pull them into the doom centers. So again, we can afford a little bit of damage on these things. I'm just trying to see how far I can manage it. Also, if we can repair ships, we should take the opportunity. Otherwise, we should get ready to launch new ones. Oh, I bet I know what happened. I bet it's still trying to shoot the ship that was in the... Holy crap! How much you want to bet this turret was trying to shoot the... Oh, you know what? I bet they actually successfully shot it inside the spaceport. I don't remember it having that much damage. Anyways, we own it, so yep, that's exactly what happened. I'm gonna have to go back and check the video for that code. No! I wanted to heal. I should probably prioritize this stuff because if it results in another attack, we want to do that before this thing goes up. Okay, Shipyard 5, we should produce our next one. No, I made it out of level 2s. Okay. Actually, I guess I can still cancel it. At this point, I just don't want to waste the manpower. Ah! I know I said I wanted to repair. I'm a liar. Is everything dismantled? Not quite yet, so let's just leave it alone. I think it might be... Alright, so it's 0, so let's see what happens when this thing goes to ground. So indecisive. We're up 5, 9... Okay, maybe it is counting those turrets. Yeah, that's a lot of gain on the threat meter. Okay, so there's no free dismantling. If I thought there was, it was only an illusion. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool. So once we start repairing these things and building them, we are gonna go bully some bases. Oh my god, we're 43. No! I'm sorry! Okay, you know what? This is so dumb. Just because it's going to take such a long time to... Wait, it went down to 17. Okay, never mind. Oh, I still have the alarm going on. Sorry, I'm really bad at managing this stuff. Okay, this will be a cheap repair. Excuse me. Well, I guess we found the other rebel camp. Excuse me. So I have a couple of plans that I want to do, but I think right now there's going to be one brute force approach, and then there's going to be another one. And because I'm sort of waiting to deliver on a couple of these, I guess I could build another shipyard. I mean, the grid won't like it, but let's be patient. Yeah, so I'm just going to fast forward until we start making some money. It's not true, actually, because I can build the ship still. To be honest, like, the batteries and the fuel tanks are probably a waste, but by the way, you can tell I really have not been putting the same kind of effort into ship design that I have into factory layouts. I do want to sit down and like get some quality time with them, and I think I have a good incentive for that now that I sort of see some more value in a strong navy. Wait, which side? Yeah.
Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
So one of the reasons for building all these engines here is if you're going to be going through a gauntlet of turrets, it's best to do so quickly. You know, you want to get to the objective as quickly as possible. You're kidding me. How are we possibly going to survive this? Okay. Sorry, I was under the impression that we were not generating the threat that we were. So I'm going to go back to the thing I was originally going to try. Okay, these things are under construction. You know, this would be a good test case here. So this is 3 turrets ready to ruin our day. I'm guessing we don't have command groups. Doesn't really make sense to have command groups if so we get right at the edge of the territory. I want to make sure it's a full health one that goes in first. Okay. So the rest of them now follow. I think there should be 4. There we go. There it is. Okay. Oh my god. Who on earth is attacking? Yeah, they all should be focusing on the... Why are you attacking? In fact, one thing I'm going to do as an aside, because there's going to be a bunch of really angry people coming after us. So in future, definitely I'm going to have support ships. Like, I like the idea of the Doom stack for sure, but having some support to take out these intermediate ships is definitely the way to go. I really wish I understood which ones were attacking the rebel ships, because we could have been out of here. All right, we lost the broken Aegir. Oh, and we're about to lose the Green Hornet. Please tell me I called the alarm. In fairness, though, only one ship lost out of that. Oh, and they're not coming after us. Ah. Very interesting. Okay. As long as we survive this next one, I think we're about to put this run to bed. So let's... Let's prep our replacement ships. Okay, I used the autocurrency mode and the world didn't blow up, so maybe I could relax on it for a little bit. Actually, you know what? Autocurrency sounds like a really good choice. Oh, super sorry, Oren. I'm gonna head out for the night. Happy birthday again. Thank you very much. Again, I'm sort of neglecting chat a little bit. I don't know if this is actually any different from how I normally play play Titan, but I'm really into it. So if you do have any questions or if there's anything else coming up, please let me know. This is kind of, I won't lie, this is partly a me stream, but I also like don't need to broadcast. I could enjoy stuff on my own. But thank you very much for hanging out, Oren. Thank you. So we're gonna have to pull something away from this turret right away. Maybe let's try dragging him into the corner. Okay, we'll just leave it alone. So they can pick him up. Oh my god, there's even more than I thought. If I can get him in the death triangle, so much the better. It'd be really nice if this turret came online. Oh, they're not going where I want them to. So we gotta put that at this fire now. Oh no, leave it alone! Okay, I need a minute to just figure out what's going on. So first of all, do I really just have 2 ships in this area? Because I feel like I should have a third. No, because we sent 4 to destroy the Rebel HQ, 1 got destroyed, 1 is in repair. We might actually have to pull this one out. We've got this turret's on the verge of death. This one's about to get crushed. Okay, that guy just got pulled into the triangle of death. That's good. Okay, this guy's gonna get his revenge on this one. Can we pull it off in time? Too slow. Okay, nope. No! That was a power plant too, wasn't it? Wait, so what? Oh god, that was the defense turret. Crap. Okay. We'll auto currency this one. Yeah, we'll just do rebuild all. Okay, that was a big loss. So much destruction. Oh, this one's ready to join the fight. To burrow in a second. Oh, I don't have money to burrow. Holy crap. Okay, everything's offline on this one, so we just gotta... I mean, it's nice that it's getting it some extra time, but let's just pull it out of the fight. Let's get something with teeth. Oh no! It's still just midnight. No! I'm letting this get away with me. Okay, I don't think we have any turrets defending this area now. We need to get these guys in front of some turrets soon, I think. As soon as this one gets taken... Actually, you know what? We can already start pulling... We can try starting to pull this one away. Love the streams. Was awesome to talk about design stuff. Oh, thank you so much, Oren. I hope you've already got some... You're already on your way to getting some sleep, but... Okay, cool. The nightmare is almost over. We just gotta get this thing... Just gotta get this thing closer to some turrets. And in, I guess, 6 hours the shift starts. Don't you dare. Zomo ships. Yeah. Well, the problem is that most of these things are designed to take on turrets. Oh yeah, okay, actually that's the one problem I have with not having escort ships, now that I think of it. If individual ships are attacking them, then it's possible to disable their weapons. And that's a big vulnerability for my usual approach here. But yeah, this is, like, obviously we're playing on hard difficulty as well as the... Well, I guess the number of rebel camps doesn't really affect the number of... Okay, thank God. So it's automatically going to attack this defense turret because it's attacking him. You're kidding me! Since when? All that effort to start getting the turret pounding away on this guy and it's all gone. Well, you stress out over rebels, I'm going to eat ice cream. Oh man, okay, you know what? I don't normally like ordering... I don't want to order Uber Eats, but... Oh no, wrong one! So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4... I think I want to build a new one. Okay, 1, 2... Stop! I think probably what's happening here is it takes me so long to deal with the rebels that the bar just keeps filling up as the fight goes on, and that's why it feels like all this stuff is stacking on top of each other. Man, it is so hard to get this guy in range of my turret. Okay, so we got two in the shipyards, 1, 2, 3 on the board, so that means there's one more available for construction. Let's get that thing. Whoa! Alright, we're gonna be a little short on minerals for a bit. Okay, this one will catch up. Well, I like that it's getting hit by a turret. Maybe we'll just let this thing kind of stand and tank the shots. I'm also gonna need like a world of isotopes to be able to get all those turrets back online. Like this was a really, really, really bad fight for us. Partly due to my carelessness. By the way, we used to be at like 120 in terms of employees. So this is not a strategy for unlimited ships. This was definitely intended to be a bit of a Hail Mary. Oh, we're probably out of our life support now. I'm pretty sure all those employees are gonna die. JJ's Games, why don't you use ship-to-ship combat to disable the rebels later? Because I don't want to! Or you can just take a look at the inside and see that pretty much all of our lasers are not enabled, and there is no possible way in which this is going to work. I guess I should wait till I'm actually making money. Oh, no, we are making money. Okay. So So obviously this was a sacrificial lamb. This one is fresh and ready to go. By the end, all of these should be at full health. Oh, no, Prancing Venus also needs repairs. So I guess the question really comes down to how quickly are we actually going to be able to build these replacements? So that's coming along at a fair clip. I think this one should probably be the first one to get the repair. We're not building a ship, right? Well, then that was very silly of me. So I think once I actually make a pay period, which is probably not going to happen this time, I should probably re-enable those conversion centers. And then we can get ourselves another batch of workers. I've been debating about it because obviously failing to make payday is one of the biggest reasons why we don't have repairs between rebel waves. But I think this time I should try and just go... I think I should, honestly, there's a side of me that says even if there's a rebel attack that happens, like maybe I just go for the throat and we do a grand tour of all the rebel bases. Mind you, if we lose one ship off of each attack that we do that, I suspect probably I'm overestimating the effectiveness of this strategy. How much you want to bet this doesn't have the full number of employees? No. Well, if you did take that bet, you would have won it. If these are turrets, I'm gonna cry. That is insane that we're already at 72 on the Doom counter. Which one did I just try upgrading? And let me try and bring that back to... There we go. That was very cheeky of the game. All right. There is no way we survive the next wave. Hey, Saturn! How are you doing? I'm actually still on Industries of Titan. Thank you very much, Static. I guess technically in Ontario it's not my birthday anymore, but I really appreciate it. Welcome back, Oren. What were you playing? Was it We Happy Few again? For those of you who don't know Static Saturn, this is a streamer that I have found through Brian on the Rocks' sort of little social network. A bunch of cool people that he knew probably around the time that... Oh my god. Actually, you know what I'm curious about? I wonder if we can find the ship that had the med bay. I want to see if they're in the pink of health. Was it the Sanguine Janus? Okay, maybe it is worth it to build those med bays, because it really felt like they weren't taking advantage of them at the time. Anyways, Static Saturn has been growing her channel and generally just being a sweetheart. So if you are looking for another good streamer to watch, she carries the Brian on the Rock Systemchalk / Esquano endorsement. Because it doesn't really matter where I put it. Now, there's a open question as to whether or not this is actually going to be done in time for the barbarians at the gates. It's a good time even when system's there. This game looks very complex. Not as hard as you would think. So one of the things that I really respect about this game is that, okay, so we were talking about RimWorld a little bit earlier, and I know that, so the one thing I always hear about RimWorld is it seems like the kind of game that you would like. And 100%, right? It absolutely does look like the kind of game I should be into. The funny thing about it is that games like that can be very hit or miss for me. And the reason for that is that depending on how well they explain what they're about, and generally I tend to find if a game does not motivate, like, there can be a lot of there's a certain type of game now which will say we're creating a sandbox and it's kind of, you know, you'll make of this what you want. And there is an enormous demand for these kinds of games. This is absolutely not a statement on whether or not these games should exist or whether or not they'll be successful. Like, clearly they are. And anybody who says otherwise has not been paying attention. I actually find them very hard to get into. I think examples of games of you know, in kind of the survival crafting genre tend to fall into this quite a bit. And some examples that I think have worked really well for me have been Terraria and Subnautica. And I think the reason for that is they give you sort of progression. They give you something to do. And some games where I've struggled, like Rust, I bounced straight off of. I thought Conan Exiles was interesting because it sort of felt like there was some kind of progression in it, but there were also a bunch of bugs that prevented the companion I was playing with from really being able to do anything. So, you know, points for effort, but maybe not implementation. Yeah, man, another rebel attack. We're gonna try a totally different approach here. Actually, you know what? We're just going to cancel it. Let's just launch these things. Doesn't even have the minerals. We won't even worry about it. I should have said, okay. Thing is, this is on an old save file, right? So I think this is gonna be a blaze of glory. I really want to see if we can pull this off. I don't think we can do 5 in the time required. I'm trying not to scratch the paint too much. Oh, there's the HQ. So the question is, how long am I willing to tolerate being shot at? Answer is not very long. So the ones I'm really scared of are actually the ship damage. The turret damage I can live with. If the ships get involved, that's not good that it says that it's out of power. Okay, that thing may not be ready for prime time, so let's just jump in. It's a base race. What gives? You're joking, really? What have you guys been doing the whole time? Oh, wait, no, I don't need to... Well, okay. We'll kill this Rebel HQ, but this is going to be my next screening ship for the next run. Now, I want to see if anybody's actually shooting the headquarters. Yeah, they're all focused on the wrong friggin' thing. We have not had a single ship target what I want them to attack yet. Actually, okay. All sense has been abandoned. I'm gonna try another very silly approach. Okay, so this thing clearly needs some more repairs. So in order to contend with the new challenge of... This is the wrong part of the map, boys. So to contend with the fact that they're going to get occupied with other ships, I have another plan for that. Okay, so this one's still being damaged. So what this one is going to do, this is going to go on a grand tour. They're going to do what I basically do in every Twitch chat, and they're going to annoy enough people that everybody wants to murder them. No, go away. It's not quite what I wanted it to be, but maybe we'll see. All right, we're getting something done. The defense turrets are also falling, so at this point we're just trying to break their base before they break ours, and we are not going to lose. We're not going to win this race. So I'm calling shenanigans on the fact that my ships are no longer targeting the Rebel HQ. I sort of feel if you give a command to target an enemy location, The result should be... The result should be the attack. Okay. One more. Yeah, I guess I gotta try the too late save again. It's more or less going to be the same approach as last time, but... I'm actually going to make much more liberal use of the pause. At this point, this is a chance for me to learn exactly how the ship interactions are going to play out. Like, obviously, I'm trying to do something really cheesy here. The only thing is that I am really, really confused about how these ships are deciding to attack. Because if the rule is that you can only target one enemy at a time. Okay, so why can't I launch you yet? Ah. That's sadly a bunch of wasted time. If the rule is that you can only attack one ship at a time, and then you're not in control over who you pick a fight with, I can see myself getting very confused very quickly. The point of this one now is going to be to just go deep and see if I can get them all to follow me. And the answer is no. Ooh. We might be able to give him the slip. So we'll pair off. Again, it'd be nice if we could just keep doing damage on the HQ. But at the very least, if we can pair people off with their antagonists. Now that is so... Okay, good. I was like, that is really upsetting because it's clear that these two are engaged. But I think we're gonna just run... I think we're back in the same nonsense. They're attacking the wrong stuff again. We're tantalizingly close to killing this base, but... So basically, it seems like hurting the ships isn't viable because they're just gonna stay put, which fair enough. But we also can't seem to, like, even when I'm specifically saying no, target this rebel HQ, please. Like at this point, I just can't get my ships to do it. I wonder if we can move off of. Just explode above the base. Yeah, well, that's one way to do it. Yeah, like we've totally just like flown out of the way. It's like we'll delta split. Oh god, it's so close. Only 4 more, boys. It's not even the one that we thought was gonna blow up. Okay, I really don't want the ship to blow up to be the way we kill this thing. This is a good stress test. Weapon fire audio is slightly oh, that's really cool. Yeah, please go ahead, OTDQ. I'm sorry to be whining so much about it, because, like, obviously, like I said, I'm trying to cheese something here, so it's like, how entitled do I need to be mad that, like, sending ships into suicide is not a viable strategy, right? But yeah, like if some of this stuff is messing with you, if you want me to like zoom in or zoom out or anything, or like keep a save or anything like that, I usually don't destroy. I probably would have destroyed them because this is an old save file. I'm sure that won't affect your. Okay, well, let's just accept that this thing is gonna perish, and let's find a new camp to. I have no idea where the rebel camp even is, but we can find out. Oh, there it is. All right. Sorry about that one. Oh no, I don't even know. I don't even know what you're apologizing for. But I'm actually really happy that my So the thing is, I'm obviously really inconsistent with the.
No need to worry, Founder. I will ensure that the council joins you soon enough.
I'm actually really bad at getting my. I'm really bad at getting my bug reports in, and I don't always notice things as. I don't always notice things as bugs when they are. But anyways, failure is not an option, Founder. There will be other consequences in your future. So we ended with a 7,484,800,000,000. Sorry, 7,484,825,088 market cap. This was the story of the Vesta Alliance, who took 16 hours in real time, 34 hours game time to meet with a terrible... Oh, the auto switching. Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, like, so this is the thing. Like, do I think it's a particularly bad thing that I can't run my ships in like lemmings to destroy an HQ? Well, not really, right? Like, that's probably not the sort of thing that they want to be promoting in this. I'm dealing with the really unfortunate consequence that I started this save back when turrets were spawning like rabbits, and then then the influence changes came in, and obviously they made ships more powerful relative to turrets. So that's why I switched to the naval strategy. But like, the damage was already done in terms of the placement of the turrets. And then of course, because I'd been built around this influence and like buying out the land from under the rebel strategy, the fact that influence was worth more towards the count and all of that. Like, essentially I had one strategy, in admittedly an already difficult start, which kind of carried all of the things that were damaging to my approach. Those were in the patch, and those were in the base version, and then the patched version sort of blunted the strategy I was employing. And while there were changes to the spawn rate for turrets and such, because I was continuing on with an old slave, obviously I was getting punched in the throat by that. Press details button. Yeah, here we go. Is there something in particular you're interested in? And sorry, Saturn. Have a great night. Thank you very much for the host. But yeah, I mean, like, this was fun. Like, obviously it's frustrating to, feel like you're fighting your navy to do certain things. But at this point, it was an opportunity for me to try and learn a little bit about how it works. So the other important thing to do here, like, where I like shake my fist at the heavens and say, "Isn't this game so unfair?" It's also important to take a minute to walk away and say, what did we learn? Like, next time I go and I do a hard difficulty, or next time I do a ruthless opportunities, because I'd really like to try that a bit more. I'd still like to get to a world in which I'm making just gobs of influence and laughing. The Doom stack. Oh, cool. Yeah. Ka-ching. If your pollution is above a certain level, you can do got to do a sound for show and hide detail. Thank you very much, Esquano. Yeah, technically my birthday's over, but I appreciate hearing it. It's lame to like point it out to people, but I don't actually always hear, like, it's not guaranteed that I hear it from anyone except like a generic Facebook person. And like, Facebook I don't really use anymore except as like the cover, so that like my family members don't ask for the social media I actually use. So it does actually mean quite a bit that I hear from you all. You're jokingly trying to do different sound effects for every button in the game. There's like 200 buttons. See, what you should do is like, so my feeling is that like every department should have like one April Fool's Day prank that they play. So like, one definitely has to be that on April 1st, every object gets like a one tile extension to its size, so that everybody's favorite floor plans are completely destroyed. And I feel like, audio should have an opportunity for some jokes as well. So like, you don't have to specify which button. In fact, you could even randomize it. But like, instead of a nice science fiction sound effect, like, you just hit a button and it's a single gunshot. And obviously it surprises you. And then maybe you try it again and it's moved on to another button. So for a day, you're chasing the sound of a single gunshot, which scares the hell out of you each time you press it. As you can see, there is a reason why I do not work professionally in this industry. I think my desire to play practical jokes would destroy every title I ever worked on. But Or I guess Brace Yourself and Red Hook get along rather well. So like one day they decide to switch the voiceover. Wayne June is suddenly Einar Pierre, and you can get Elspeth to to voice the voice the dungeon. Anyways, but yeah, so a couple big lessons that I learned out of that one, and I think that's important. Like I said, if I want to win all the time, I shouldn't raise the difficulty. So the big learning that comes out of this one for me is actually that I now have a much better idea about navies. Which, okay, like obviously there. So the primitive strategy is build a doom stack of 4 lasers, put it over a headquarters, and like treat it like it's that old Independence Day movie. But given the trade-offs, like given the difficulty of running the gauntlet, and particularly the fact that turrets may not target your infrastructure, like so the weak points on your ship, but given the fact that individual ships will, what you probably want to do is you still want to have your doom stack. You'll note the gunshot idea. Well, like I was just thinking of something that's surprising. Obviously, the idea here is just something that somebody chases forever. The thing that scares me is that I'm going to be playing a game someday in the future, and I'm going to be driven insane by like some equivalent practical joke, and then I'm going to take a look at the credits and see power up audio, and I'm just going to say I only have myself to blame. But yeah, anyways, like the lesson here is to so one, like if you want to do your Independence Day craft to destroy the HQ, that's fine, but the patrol ships are going to be the way that you neutralize that strategy. The patrol ships should go in, they should attack your weak relays. Obviously, I didn't do myself any favors by building small relays, which are easy to attack. The surprising button in the game currently is save and close in the settings. Oh man, okay, I'm going to try that in a minute. And so what you should do is you should work... So the way I'm going to do this in future is I am going to build kind of the Doom ships like I have before. They have to have a big hull, but they are going to be surrounded by a fleet of smaller ships. And those are going to be ones that individually intercept the patrols. And so that one I can start doing the, attack the individual components of the enemy patrol ships, or at the very least they are built for, they're built to be the ones to face off against the stuff that gets in the way. And that does 2 things, right? So one, I don't feel like I'm dancing around trying to, herd kittens in terms of attacking the HQ. And then number 2, I'm not wasting resources on ships that are ultimately going to be destroyed by turrets. There's still going to be a lot of damage that they take, but in this case here, I know that the 4 turrets are going to be zipping down, like are going to be focused entirely on the HQ, whereas if nothing else, the support ships are going to be, they're going to be drawing the fire from the ones that will potentially hurt the strategy. So, we'll give it a shot next time. But we are going to quit to main menu. I'm not quite done yet. I know I've been streaming for about 4 hours, and I do eventually need to wrap things up. But it has been a while since I have done a timed contract. And it may still be a while before I do a timed contract. What's a way I can get around this? I'm going to try quitting out of Epic and reloading it. Apparently there was a sudden drop in the connection, so let me know if you're having trouble seeing the stream, but we should be okay. There was something I was saying about RimWorld and Industries of Titan. And again, I'm really sorry. Like, again, I'm totally phoning it in tonight because this is just for my interest.
Titan.
I love this cinematic, by the way. I'm going to shut up.
Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy.
Thank you very much, ODTQ. Have a great night. Also, I for some reason thought it was the guy who did Lio Visk, but great work, as always. Thank you very much for hanging out. Have a wonderful evening, and thank you for the birthday wishes.
Pollution would overwhelm us, and our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
Okay. Let's see if we can... Okay, well, I can still do the contract. I just can't participate in the leaderboard. So I know there's a way to connect the... so I already thought that the Epic account was, like, connected and stuff like that. But I'll admit, I can't remember the last time this is connected in. So I'll have to take a look at... where I'm at on it. But let's do the time contract and see where we're at. So this is Ganymede. It's hardcore mode. So I don't believe we can pause either. And let's see if we can raise our net worth. Despite the ever-present threat of death and mayhem, some people report that life aboard combat vessels is not as grim as life on the ground of Titan. They haven't been on one of my combat vessels.
Success. I hope you'll live up to our expectations.
Okay, as always, we start by investigating the ruins. Oh, actually, so I know I can't pause, but I have been thinking a little bit about how I do employee management. So let me just double check here. So repair, construct ruins, dismantle, processing, move resources, clean. Yeah, I was just trying to think of the order of things. Maybe that's what I want. I seem to remember one day I was thinking, like, you know what, this is an ordering that might make a little more sense. But it's escaped me. So because we've got 6 days, 23 hours, I need to accumulate as many resources as I can. Some things are definitely worth more than others. But of course, we also have the rebel threat meter. So the question is how much I'm willing to, how much I'm willing to put into. So there's a couple of other things too that you can think about in terms of how it will affect your startup. So for instance, if I leave pollution on the ground, it's not going to be as bad as if I. It's not going to be as bad as if I actually store it. So sometimes it can be counterproductive to. It can be counterproductive to have too much stored. Now I remember. So for ruins, I feel like we should salvage and extract before surveying. I think the rest makes sense, but I feel like, so I guess the one thing that I would sort of say as a whole is I actually tend to rate surveying ruins. It's almost like something I'd want to put in a different window or in a different section down below, because it's just this sort of thing that happens in the background when my workers don't have anything else to do. But I would never actually want to put ruins like at the bottom of the list, at least under normal circumstances. But at least in this case here, I sort of want salvage and extract to happen first, particularly at the start, because I need those resources. Actually, the more I think about it, I might regret doing this. Okay, actually, here's something I'm going to try. So let's say ruins are above... I totally shouldn't be doing this on a time contract, but... okay, so what if I said surveying is actually something that we treat like... I'm just trying to decide if it would be before or after moving the resources. Like, it doesn't make sense in terms of the titles, right? I'm just sticking it in there. But I've actually been sitting on that one for a while, and I've never tried it out. So we'll see if they behave a little more consistent with the way that I want. Okay. So red artifacts are worth quite a bit for your net worth, and of course the point of this thing is to maximize your net worth. What I'm potentially doing here is hurting myself resource-wise. Okay, we'll build the... Oh, I don't have enough for the large storage container. Or maybe they changed the value recently? Oh, I screwed up. Oh, I doubly screwed up. It's more wasted time. Okay, so two things that are valuable. Isotopes and red artifacts. And the more I can focus on getting those, the happier I'll be. We are going to wait for the 40 so that we can start grabbing these isotopes. It's also partly because it's near the sinkhole. So that's going to be a good source of fuel. But surely there are more interesting things I can get my people to be doing. Okay, I better get those isotopes quick, otherwise I'm not gonna be able to build. Actually, I probably can't build a pylon. Well, I can build a pylon, but it's not gonna matter because I can't build a factory.
Device complete.
That's fine. We'll live with what we've been given.
Device complete.
I don't know if I want to have somebody work in a minerals patch or if I should just clear out what we've already got in these, but it's obviously going to take me a while to get the... Yeah, I think my priorities were a little screwed up for this time contract, but... So I've got some changes in terms of how I'm going to approach a couple of things that I do pretty standard. Right now I'm just waiting on what's going to give me the most isotopes. 3, 4, perfect. I almost destroyed it, and I would have cried. Like I'm clearly not going to be making these specialized extraction units. But one of the things that I am going to be doing, like again, because we've got six days on Titan to get a high value corporation. The things that I want to be focusing on are red artifacts and red artifacts and tier 3 isotopes if I can. There are some things that I'm going to want to like buy just in general. I should actually probably make some decisions about the other things that I get. So for instance, do I think I'm going to get to a point where I can build a residential or an office? Do I want... Like, is it worth it to build a defense turret? I should probably... The shipyard is putting resources towards defensive units, but I think I'm going to get to a point where the rebels won't attack me. Let's go for a defensive approach, and we'll build the defense, the tower. And smokestack, because we will be generating waste. I suppose maybe I could have built a command center as well, but we'll deal with that later. Okay, so parafactories. Oh, but I didn't put any place to deal with my waste, so that's a problem. But yeah, so like the main focus is going to be on getting as many tier 3 isotopes and red artifacts as possible, and then anything left over is going to be sort of pursuing I'll call it a secondary goal. Like if I can get something that's worth, I have like a spreadsheet of what everything's worth, but those are going to be the main ones that I focus on. But of course, I still have 7 days in which I can build stuff, right? So I want to also make sure that I'm taking the time to properly equip myself with sorry, I'm trying to think of the right way to put it. Like, I want to make sure that I'm equipped with. That's a lot of minerals. Oh, actually. I'm going to need to wait on it. The targets of opportunity basically will be, it's like, okay, I've got a lot of excess, processing capability. Let's make sure that we get rid of the, like we, take out the minerals patch. If I can, destroy as many waste containers as I can, because that apparently will affect my overall value. There's like a couple of efficiencies that I can do in that. But obviously the way you're really going to make a high value sort of startup is to like put in the effort and like just play well. Like you want to do things that are in line with maximizing the value. So we'll speed things up just so we can get our factories in line. I do notice there's a little bit of weirdness when you have existing devices and connect the factories. So it's not the most efficient use of time, but I am going to take the time to wait for these things to connect up. Okay. I'm going to try and live with this medium storage for now. I do have some ideas for it, but... That was probably not the right one to take this... Oh no, 5, it's... okay. This is going to seem a little silly, but I'm actually going to dismantle this waste receptacle, because the trash isn't going to go anywhere that I really care about. And I'd rather not have people filling up that waste capacity right away. It will mean my workers move slower, but I figure there's probably other other things I can worry about. So the first thing I'm going to try and do is refine minerals. I don't know if I'll do like the super refiners that I normally do. I'm actually going to take a slightly different approach for the start, which is something that I learned from watching Maddie play. But it's a really cool trait. I just need the minerals for it though. So we'll start by refining minerals, and then we'll do our tier 2 with the tier 2 mineral refiner. But my tier 2 is going to look a little different from what I normally do. Okay, so one thing I'm trying to embrace a little bit more in this game, so I definitely, for those of you that have seen me play this and similar games before, you know, I kind of treat it like I have an infinite time horizon on every decision. The thing about Industries of Titan is that there's no real cost to breaking something down and like building it back as something different. I don't have full power for this yet, but hopefully my minerals will come in. It's only 5. Oh god, that's going to be tricky to deal with actually. Well, those are 10. So I'll grab these as a start. I should save up so that I can work a minerals patch, especially with my workers being idle like this, but yeah, so one of the drawbacks about sort of this super long-term thinking is that like there are actually better ways for me to do early game stuff. It's actually one of the reasons I've never been very good at the time contract mode, is that I play assuming that things are going to go sort of to infinity. And that means, you know, taking the time and treating every mineral like it's a tier 3 that hasn't happened yet. But there are some really clear situations in which I'm going to prioritize that just because it'll be nice to have some minerals to throw in immediately. There are definitely some things that you can do at the start, like in the early game, which, again, because you get a full refund every time you dismantle something, there's no reason to not to build it that way. So this isn't like a fully optimized early run version of this, but I'm hoping it will communicate the right things a little bit. Oh, you know what? It doesn't matter if I prioritize. It just occurred to me it doesn't matter if I prioritize the salvage because I don't have anybody moving the minerals. They'll do it now, but. In fact, nope, I messed up. Well, let's commit. Let's commit to the choice. This is gonna look really weird, but so hopefully what this will do, my hope is that this is going to result in some more. Oh, we don't have tier 1 minerals anymore. That's a pity. But we did just get a whole bunch of influence. And again, I sort of wasted my time there. I could have had somebody running and working those. That's 55, 53, 46. Okay, so without checking, that was the better one. We've got 12, so let's just see whatever else we can buzz down with minerals. So of course now we're going to wait for the tier 2 process. Well, I should actually probably put a storage container down first. There's obviously a lot of wasted time as they're moving. So now we'll just wait till we get up to the 50. And we can build our better refinery. And then in the meantime, I think I'll just grab my artifacts first. So the big change to a lot of this, so obviously under normal circumstances I would have had 2 of these things running in parallel, but I'm just not getting enough of the existing resources to make that worthwhile. I'm going to do a similar thing here where I have a tier 2 refiner and an isotope input. I guess I can slightly adjust how I do that. So put the isotopes. Employee module, we've got our 50, so we can put the level 2 processor down. And before too long, we'll be able to link everything up. Actually, one thing that would be kind of helpful is to know what types of resources were used to construct something. The reason why will be apparent shortly. I'm trying to remember where the other waste receptacle goes. This is the output. I probably have this wrong, but... hang on, what? The reason why will make sense in a second. So I wasn't sure which ones were tier 2s or not, so I just saved myself a bunch of tier 2 resources. And in fact, once we have a decent little stack of tier... Actually, you know what? We'll do this right now. So I'm just rebuilding everything in the tier 2 resources. Which is probably costing me just in terms of the speed at which I'm getting stuff done, but I'll call that a tomorrow me problem to deal with. I am a little concerned though that, okay, no, we have produced a tier 3 and I still need to put a place to dump it. So what I'm just trying to do here is maximize the value of the stuff that I'm... Wait a minute, so why don't you count as having power? I don't think this is true. Okay, well this thing's offline anyway, so... Actually, I shouldn't be so quick to... I'm going to turn off the mineral input on that just to make sure that doesn't get hoovered up. This should be tier 3 only. Please pick up. Please pick up. Please pick up. Okay. Again, we've wasted a couple of days worth of activity here. Oh, for heaven's sake. So why do these things... Oh, I see why. It's because we don't have power. Well, in that case, we'll just turn off the... We'll turn off the isotope side of the equation for a little bit. Okay, let's try... I don't have the tier 2, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think I'm doing this early optimization a little too early. Well, we're committed now, so that's going to shut down the generator. What do I need for a large? Yes. So again, taking this stuff offline is costly, but I think it's kind of clear I've abandoned any hopes of, well, oh, hang on, I can't do that because I don't have tier 5s. The idea here is that this is going to be, this will be making the most of the resources that I have. I'm not sure if it's worth it, but... Okay, we have mined out this isotope node. We definitely want a nice constant supply of isotopes, so I think we're just going to sit on that. Did I really forget to survey those ruins? That's a shame. So yeah, we're going to wait on the isotopes node because turning them to tier 3s is going to be one of the best sources of... that's going to be one of the best sources for resources. So one thing I'm mildly curious about is if you can do a good timed contract without ever having off-world migrations. I don't need them yet, so I haven't built them, but I do think I'm going to need more workers, and I'm also going to need a way to get rid of the waste. So we will build that shortly. But I have committed to my insane optimization scheme. All right, again, I question whether or not that was something I really needed to do right now, but I've committed, so there you have it. And presumably the energy pylon will go online at some point. So let's see what it's going to cost us power-wise. So 200, and we're at 0 tier 3s? Oh, of course, because we haven't been producing anything. I should also probably build a waste depot. Oh, I screwed up. No! Oh god, that's so bad! That was not smart. The only reason I did that was so I could build these. Okay. So upgrading headquarters is going to give me access to the... Upgrading headquarters is going to give me access to another floor, which will allow me to build a waste depot. But I do eventually need to consider building a fuel turbine and power generator and such. Okay, so not sure if this is quite what I need at the moment, but we're just waiting on our 20 for the minerals patch, and then we'll start burning that down. I suppose while I wait, I can start building the batteries. Obviously, I'm sort of intercepting stuff that's intended for tier 3 refining, so there's something of a limit to how much I can get away with this. But these batteries would have saved me when I was knocking down stuff for other reasons. Didn't I give you a waste floor? Okay. Still gonna prioritize red artifacts, even though that may not be the smartest thing for me to do right now. I think at some point I need to start making a home for my employees. Maybe put it up here, then the turret can go here, and then if I want supplemental stuff, then I'll be able to upgrade the energy pylon. Okay, now this intrigues me, so for whatever reason, the minerals haven't been processed as regularly. That seems like a number of employees problem. Let's do some large fuel tanks. Mostly because I can. And I'm going to do something a little surprising here. I'm actually going to turn off the... I'm going to turn off the tier 2 completely. And there's two reasons for that. One, I'd like some tier 2 stuff to run with, and I particularly would like some tier 2 isotopes. And that's going to be for the power plant that I build. Oh yeah, that's where the problem lies. I am going to need to upgrade the energy pylon. Okay, well, that's life. I wish I'd thought of that before, but... So the problem here, like with my existing energy pylon right now, I've got coverage for the factory, and I can build another doubled up building, that's fine. But either the turret or the pylon's not going to be satisfied. So, and there's not a whole lot I can do about that, to be honest. I suppose I need to consider an additional source of power. I'm going to do a temporary measure here and build a... Or actually, I don't... If I'm going to make it temporary, I might as well put it in headquarters too. Oh, but then that needs its own... Well, that's fine. If it needs an energy bridge, it needs an energy bridge. So this will get dismantled when we build our power, but you know what? Sorry, I had something at the bottom level. Just one more. Just one more. Okay, let's go on a shopping spree. So one thing to keep in mind is we've got this isotope mine here. So if we think we're going to be able to build a mine, we want to head out here. I have been wasting some time, but that's probably one of my most reliable ways of really boosting the value of my enterprise. Next up, I think it's fair to say... Well, no, even if I get these, it's still the right... Yeah, I need these for the artifacts. Brian, how was class? Doing all right. I lost to the rebels on my last one. Admittedly, because I sort of decided to do a charge of the light brigade into the like the rebel base eventually. But like it was sort of by design. So you know, like there's one thing I was a little frustrated by because there's something about how the targeting works, the automatic targeting works. But yeah, I really like Titan, and it keeps getting better with each patch. So. And Sam and I know Sam because you call him Sam, and then I know Static as Static Saturn, and that feels a little weird to use an online name and a personal name, but yeah, I'm I got a very nice raid from them, so. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else to talk about, because like I said, I've sort of been phoning it in. They're playing We Happy Few, which okay, actually, here's something for you. How many here are console gamers, and how many here are PC gamers? He wasn't streaming tonight, but you would have done that too. Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, I also, not that I'm asking you to do this, but like, for me, I don't know if you've used this, but there's the auto host button. Actually, come to think of it, I might need to add your channel to that. But yeah, there's an auto host feature on Twitch, so I sort of make sure that even if I haven't been streaming, just like somebody who's checking around, particularly for things like yesterday when, when I'm hosting the local game dev collective, just to have something on the channel. Like, so basically the idea is that if somebody can expect, even if they're clicking on the channel, they see something on there, it means that when I'm on an off day, so, I attend the local gathering rather than stream, somebody will click on it, maybe they'll see something new that they like, and there you have it. Although, on that note, apparently Radio Viscera is now out, so sadly I didn't hear from them in terms of any comments from you. I hope the game did well. But I was a little surprised because I saw it on like the new and trending on Steam, and I was like, oh, it's out. So obviously very happy for them. Okay, we are not making tier 2 minerals. Why? Because these isotopes are sitting there being unused. Okay, so we're going to turn off the isotope module. We're going to turn all this back on. I definitely have a lot of workers who are doing stuff, so like I said, this is almost certainly an indication that I'm under investing in certain things. So we are going to make a conversion capsule. This is probably overkill. And I think the time has come for me to build my money pit. What? What do you mean I can't build a factory here? Oh, because I don't have the influence for it, of course. Well, I already claimed the... Sorry, I'm really not focused. So now is the perfect time. If you have any questions about Industries of Titan, I can answer them with... Actually, what I am going to do, I know this is going to technically pause the game. I'm going to take a second here and open up. I'm pretty sure I've got my spreadsheet. So I don't know if this is true or not, but here is they want me to build a dope new website with Wix. This is not the spreadsheet I was looking for. Okay. You don't need to be told this, but for the record, keeping the default name Untitled Spreadsheet is a really stupid idea. So admittedly, this might be based on an old like patch. No, it's definitely based on an old patch. I just don't know if they've changed the values for these things. But here's how I've worked this out. So artifacts are worth 4 million. Employees are worth that, but less 10,000. So basically, by encasing the artifact in human flesh, you've removed 10,000 credits worth of value from it. Isotopes tier 3 are worth 675,000. Population is worth 500,000. Oh man, I should have been cramming this place full of people. I forgot population was worth so much. Mineral tier 3, 375,000. Isotopes tier 2, 225,000. Influence is worth 100,000. I should probably be pursuing that as well. Mineral tier 2, 750,000. Isotopes tier 1, 75,000. Mineral tier 1, 15,000. Storage space, 3,800. Energy, 3,200. Credits, 1,000 each. Fuel is worth 800. Fuel storage is worth 200. And then pollution, I don't know if I worked out a unit value for it. $631,933? That can't be right. The other thing is waste. Waste seems to be negative 120,000. But the easy way to deal with that is you just destroy all of your waste receptacles before the end of the scenario. If you are an unscrupulous gentleman like myself. Okay, I still want to make power. So that means I want to be producing tier 3 minerals. But all my workers are busy doing other things, so let's speed this along. So yeah, now that I know that population is worth so much, we're gonna work towards our high level of manufacture. I'm gonna slowly creep towards the isotopes, and we do need to prepare for the possibility of the rebel threat level. But again, rebel threat level getting to 100%. But we can build the turret with all the minerals that we're going to be hoarding. So connect that. It is on hardcore mode, so I'm taking my life in my hands by going on fastest, but I trust my ability to hit the space bar in time. Or maybe I should have just played Apex, and then I would have learned that apparently there's no such thing as a pause. The really shameful thing is, I think the last couple of updates I haven't actually played Apex. It's not for disliking it. It's just I've been realizing the amount of time that I've been spending playing games, and when I have data projects that I want to finish, that's really not okay. So I don't want to give up the streaming time. I think that would be a shame. But there is definitely a point where you want to be like, gaming is fun, but obviously you want to be responsible with it. So Stay in school, kids. Okay, so this is pretty much my. So I'll say this again because like in one sense I love this, and in another sense I am thoroughly embarrassed by it. I love it when people see these designs and they're like, "Do I have permission to use it?" Like, you don't need to ask. But it is super nice that people think it's cool enough that you. I don't know. It's neat that people like it enough for that. But yeah, the idea here is just to try and cram as many bodies as I can into a single factory floor because we spent all our money on other things. And let me double check my spreadsheet. So normally I just do whatever I need, but I want to know what my most valuable storage space is. So it looks like just normal storage space is worth more. So I'm going to put simple, like small storage instead of my usual batteries or fuel. Oh, actually, I should have asked this. Brian and/or Oren and/or anybody else who's in the stream, would any of you like to have a building or a tile named after you? Okay, we have a lot of tier 1 minerals, and we have a lot of not mineral happenings. So while I'm waiting, I think I'm gonna keep grabbing those tasty red artifacts. Although I guess that makes the rebels even more mad at me. So maybe I should grab the tasty minerals first. And we did just finish off another isotope plot, so I should be saving up for the... So this sort of raises the question to me with the council. Do I want to spend the 5 artifacts to get the ability to trade? The thing is that if artifacts are the most valuable thing, not only am I giving away 20 million credits worth for the ability to trade them for stuff, I can't get... Like, I can only give away artifacts. I can't keep them. So in this case here, I think I'm actually going to... I think I'm going to not unlock the council communications as part of the timed contract. And we are currently draining batteries, but I'm okay with that. Why is there... How many employees are actually working on something? It's probably what my boss asks at work. Okay, so now this is labeled as disabled. Oh, because I... Oh, that's so bad. I turned the processor off. Alright. Well, that explains a lot. So the thing I've been waiting to try and build is this energy pylon. Not energy pylon. Energy plant, which requires 200 construction units, which are only 4 tier 3 minerals, and I was wondering why it was taking so long to get them. But that's fine. I'm gonna level up to 40 influence so that I can start working on another isotopes patch. Hopefully by the end we'll have a shiny new power plant to work with. And then I might kind of consider expanding out the factory to... Well, no, I should probably get started getting some bodies on the planet first. I am eventually going to need to build a smokestack, but that's a secondary consideration right now. Eventually I'm going to want to upgrade this energy pylon, I think. The question is when do I want to try that? Okay, in the meantime, let's build some more All right, Orin, what would you like to be? What would you like to be? What building or what tile would you like to bear your name? I believe we are now ready for power. The closest we could get would be a shipyard, and it's very unlikely that I will build a shipyard this time around. So I currently have 2 factories. One I call my work from home pod. The other is dedicated to refining minerals. We have an energy pylon. We have a headquarters. We have an energy plant. We have... this was apparently a bug. Oh, did they fix the bug? Aww. So it used to be that you could rename, like any tile, but apparently that is no longer in. So we can rename a fuel turbine, an energy pylon, a headquarters, or one of the factories at the moment. Or leg facilities. The refining factory is now called Orin's Leg Day. I do kind of hope that this plant comes up soon because we're running low. So about halfway through the session. We're at $311 million, which isn't exactly... I hope we can do better. So 4 more influence and then we'll be able to mine out the patch. See, what I was really hoping for is if you play on one of the, like, the pioneering terraformer levels, it's like really rocky. It's a bunch of stuff that it's a bunch of stuff that like you have to destroy to get through, rather than it being like ruins, which will generally give you stuff. I believe it is possible if you destroy something like a rock that's in your way. I believe it is possible that it will sometimes generate something valuable for you, but it's relatively rare. So obviously I was going to call that Brian on the Rocks. But regrettably, we are not in the timeline where that can happen. We've got 95 power. Is this guy going to show up for work before the brownouts happen? We're saved. Okay. So we're going to do a few changes. So number 1, we are going to... Oh, right, we didn't pay our workers, so... I'm going to start by dismantling the power generator. We'll keep the relay and the energy bridge because I still need to convert people. And the thing is that the value that workers bring is far and beyond more than... Like, I think what did I say? It was like 10,000 that it took off the value of the artifact. Like the ability to have people do stuff for you in this game is well worth it. Like I would pay significantly more in order to have, you know, a larger workforce. But that said, I do kind of want to be a little mindful in terms of how I'm messing around with my resources. So once I have we do need to wait. Actually, we just got through a pay period, so I bet we just successfully paid our employees. Yep. This is going to take a while. Okay, well, as long as I remember it's 17. I'm going to build a surplus, but we're going to dismantle it immediately afterwards. So we sort of have enough to get, like, we have enough to keep going for a bit. What I want to do now is I'd like to convert this into something a little bit more like my usual. In fact, I'll dismantle... Okay, so it already has an isotope input, so I gotta... Oh, actually... No! Alright. Okay, I gotta discard it. So the thing I really want to focus on, if I can, is the higher level isotope conversion. But in this case, it's just as easy to have the two lines running. And then, of course, we're going to be converting some more workers, which reminds me. Oh, man. So, Oren, I think the next time I make an arms manufactory, which I'll call that'll be the new name for the naval yard. If it's a naval yard, I'm actually going to have to give it to Brian. And do you know why I'm going to have to give the shipyard to Brian? I'm obviously entirely too pleased for it. Close. I was going to say we'll call it Brian on the docks. So we got some more bodies coming in. Oh, I messed up, didn't I? I gotta do it the other way around. The one problem, like, I'm not too upset about it because it is very useful that they do this, but they do kind of hoover up those tier 2s pretty quickly. And they are actually kind of helpful for me to have. So anyways, we're going to have 2 dedicated tracks now. This one can be dedicated to Mineral 3. This is a waste receptacle, so this can become at least slightly less unsightly. Okay, let's take a look. By the way, I know this was added a while ago, but I really do love the sort of the little lighting effects that they brought in. Okay, we're at 67% on the rebel threat, so I guess depending on... I mean, this is the thing. If we don't make a whole lot of progress, the rebels aren't going to bug us. But then we've done pretty rotten on the time contract, so I'm not really sure how I should feel about that. Let's spend the 40 on more isotopes. I think at this point I'm going to cool it on the tier 2 mineral inputs because I want to get my second lineup for isotopes. And we're not yet at 17, so let's convert three more workers. Oh yeah, we can also, well, eventually. I want to clear this thing out of the isotope if I can. I already feel bad that I got rid of one. Because again, isotopes, when they become tier 3, are actually worth quite a bit. Bodies, I will use these employee modules, so I'll get them in place, and we'll deal with the other tiers later because I do need to think about what I can realistically get done in 3 days. While I'm at it, especially because population is worth so much, I'm still going to take those tier 2s, and I'm now going to use them to put a bunch of habitat pods in place. So we've already, the nice thing about this design is that once you build the middle, all of the coverage that you need for your relays is already in place. So really in this case here, it's just about building habitat pods and two monetization stations flanking it. So in this case here, you've got the smallest possible distance for each worker to travel. I am, however, neglecting my smokestack. I think I'm going to have to, I've put it off long enough. 6 a.m. Hopefully we can get this thing upgraded quickly enough.
Device complete. Device complete.
I don't know if I want to take this to tier 3. I definitely want to take this one to tier 3. Nope, it's still pretty expensive. Alright, I'm not entirely sure that was worth it, but I can at least build my smokestack now. I guess I technically could have built it whenever I wanted, but I'm trying to keep it away from the factory for more pollution. And I keep neglecting to refill my... Why did I do that? That was the worst possible number I could have picked. If I picked the 6, I would have been 1 away from the full group. Alright, well, I'll dismantle 1 because I don't want to go too far over my limit. Okay, so you have a little more. Oh my god, did I really just do that? Oh, that was bad. So I just used a bunch of tier 3 minerals, which I'm going to be using to build something else. To construct a bunch of habitat pods. That was incredibly stupid of me. Okay, let's try that again. I'm actually going to do it slightly different this time. So we'll have our 3 for a monetization station. We need 3 there. Alright, so it's basically two habitat pods on each side. The reason I'm building the habitat pods first... I forgot to put my relay down. The reason I'm building the habitat pods first is that the score is for population. So even if you screw up and you don't actually build any of the monetization stations, all you're missing out on is the credits. You'll survive. It just, you're not using, like, if you don't put your population to work, you're just not realizing the potential of your startup. Okay, so I need to start making some decisions here about how committed I am to protecting my stuff. I think I'm gonna run the risk of a little more monetization, because I think adding more people definitely will make the rebel threat meter go up. But I think adding credits on its own isn't gonna blow everything up. I'm gonna sort of... So the problem that I have with this is that basically I'm choking myself of the minerals I'll need to build a turret to defend my stuff. So the rebels do decide to attack, it's gonna come quickly and it's gonna hit hard. So this will kind of determine if we go over the edge. If another 8 pops is not gonna cause too much of a problem with the rebel threat, I think I can get by. And if I don't, why do I have idle employees? Wrong floor. Because I forgot to build relays, of course. So eager to move on the next issue. I'm completely neglecting really basic stuff. I might actually want to build that second tier after all. Something for me to think about later. Yeah, so we're only up to 82. I feel confident enough that we can build this the way I want, and then we can put the rest in later. Unless they decide not to make minerals again? Alright. And then just a batch of storage containers, and that is the last I'm going to need to work with on here. So one thing I'd like to do, I'm not going to do this tonight obviously, but one thing I would normally want to do with... You messed up your emo? Oh. But, so you saw it, Brian, but did you see what provoked the response? I was particularly proud of that one. I mean, it's not a brace yourself level. It's not a brace yourself level pun, but I'm reasonably happy with where that went. We were naming buildings. So Oren wanted sort of arms manufacture, and he said that he would be content with leg manufacture instead. So yes, you will fight you all. What are you talking about? A shipyard? Come on. You should be proud of it. Alright, well, the headquarters is where all the smart people go, so I'm going to call this the Brian Trust. It's really smart people, just not so good at spelling. Okay, 2.5 days left, so let's scoop up as many artifacts as we can to pad our bottom line. I'm probably I should probably be pretty glad that I can't see what the other players have done on this map, because I have really just wasted my time. It's fun to hang out with you all though, so. Okay, let's do one last batch of storage containers. Again, this is just to realize the bonus of having extra storage in terms of the bottom line. I suppose the question would be, is it worth it to build the smokestack at this point? And I'm going to say yes. But just barely. All right, why are you working now? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I see. Yeah, so the waste did come back to haunt me. This thing isn't working because we are being blocked by waste. Fortunately... Okay, it's 2 level 1 minerals. I'll live. Remember when I had this fun thought that I would actually expand to a point where I could mine that isotope node? That was really dumb of me to say. That would require somebody competent. But we do have enough for our smokestack now, so let's get some pollution on. Not quite how I wanted to pollute. And then let's also... So you know what? It actually just occurred to me, what's probably a better decision than building a new level is to actually just build a whole new factory. And then again, I'll just fill it with population and stations and stuff like that. So one mild concern I will have is the number of pops that I'll be adding could potentially push the rebels over the edge, and I am going to need another 200 or so mineral CUs before I can defend myself. But we'll roll the dice. And the one thing... Oh, you know what? I made another blunder. I should have been looking at ruins. Okay, turns out I can't get by with just the one power plant. So this thing's gonna cost 12 fuel. Oh god, actually that's a huge energy liability I just brought on. Okay, that's fine. I got a temporary fix to this. Oof. Nah, I'm gonna build it right. I'll wait for those to get packed up. We're gonna stick an employee in there, and hopefully they start burning that waste immediately. Ooh, that's really scary. So I just need 4 more tier 3s. Remember when I thought I would be able to have a go by without a defensive structure? That was also really stupid. You know what the really upsetting thing is? We don't have that much tier 3 isotopes for all the effort that we put into it. Now my hope is that now that we've got the smokestack online and we've got people dedicated to cleaning up the mess, that's going to change. The rebels are like, you know what, you're just not worth the trouble. Wait a minute, so why did my... Oh, right, the conversion centers. So I didn't need the power plant after all. I'll need it when I build the turret, but I think we've got enough batteries. Although I'll probably need to upgrade it when... Yeah, I'm going to need to upgrade it when I actually fill this factory full of workers. But let's do this one at a time. So we'll build a defense turret here just in case the rebels get any ideas. Following that, let's wait for the 200... Wait for the 200 for... I should really wait for 400 so I can build the fuel turbine and the energy plant. And I think because I can afford it... Am I really that much of an idiot? Put my battery somewhere it can't be used. I asked, I just didn't get an answer. I know how it is. One of them professors who thinks he's too good for us. Do you get, actually, this is a question for you, Brian. Do you get students calling you professor, like professor whatever? I know your last name. I just don't know if that's something you want said on stream. But, oh no, okay, that's good. Like, I had somebody do that, and I'm like, I am not nearly old enough for you to be calling me professor, and I don't have a PhD. It is the weirdest thing in the world to be... Although I guess the weird thing is that like if you run into a millennial on a campus now, it's because they're a teacher, not because they're I mean that's been true for a few years now, not because they're a student. But yeah, like obviously I've been out of school for a while, but that was weird. I'm gonna start calling you professor though. Boss design, that means I should be playing Hollow Knight, right? So we can teach him all the mistakes. Okay. I've decided my Survey Ruins idea probably has merits if I'm playing competently and does not currently have merits. So we're gonna get people working on that. I've got what I kind of need right now. I've got 1 day and 20 hours, so the likelihood of me mining out... Oh yeah, so there's going to be sort of a two-pronged approach here, and I'm actually going to math this out because while there's no pause, you can hit escape. So let's think a little bit about how this works. Artifacts are worth 40 million credits, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, 4 million credits. 4 million credits. Population is worth 500,000 each. So let's take the time to see how this works. Oh, but then there's the stuff that comes with it. Okay, let's just take an average of what we currently see. So 15,672. Oh, both have no resources. Okay. So between 2.5 to 3 per pop. So with that in mind, an artifact at 4 million costs, let's say it's a 10 influence. It's 400,000. That's interesting. So unless you're spending 30 influence for a single red artifact, it's actually still worth it to get the red art. So like this is definitely worth more than the pop at the rate that I saw. This is definitely worth it. And I guess there's no examples on this board of spending 20 artifacts for. Okay, yeah, we'll just prioritize for the largest numbers that we currently see. But it's definitely worth. It's definitely better than. It's definitely better than going for the. Okay. Well, it's not connected to the grid anyway, so I don't need to worry about the power. But yeah, so it turns out that grabbing artifacts is pretty much the optimal thing to do in all cases. The cost in terms of influence, in terms of getting pops, isn't worth as much in terms of expending the influence to get artifacts. Now, sometimes there's a question in terms of what you have available to you. So like right now I need to wait for the 1 influence. Oh, actually, now that I think of it, okay, so with that in mind, that is the one way that you can actually justify opening up the council, because being able to get influence from your other resources like credits is actually helpful, because then you can use it to unlock ruins and then go for those really valuable artifacts. Okay. I thought I had worked this all out, but clearly the lessons did not take hold. So we are partway through our. Well, not. We still have one more day to go. So at this point now, the real goal is just to get as many artifacts as possible. So I get 4 per minute, but I don't know how many minutes there are in an hour in the game. I could time it, I suppose. Let's see what happens. So we got 4. Did it just turn to 12? So let's say we're at 4 at 12. They're just chipping away at those tier 3s, huh? What else do I need? No, I need 400 in minerals before I consider anything else. So we'll speed things up, see what we're at 1, and then I'll get to do the experiment again. Okay, so we're at 8, so it could be that it's a minute, 1 minute translates into 1 hour on Titan. We'll just double check that. Cool. So simulation time goes faster. Titan time. Wait a minute. What's the player time? So this is one that I want to take because I can get 3 for 20. Oh, that's a good one. 3 for 10's even better. Okay. I think the rebels might have psyched me out with their threat level climbing up so much. We might be at the end of the time mode without them attacking. But I think it would be fair to say, given that I consider this to be a less than stellar performance, I should probably consider. I don't know if this is the smartest thing for me to do right now, but. Oh crap! I totally forgot. I need to go back to Orin's leg day. Oh no, this thing's already up and running. Okay, cool. It is still covered in garbage, though. So I am going to do this. We will unlock the transport hub. Don't skip leg day. This would have been before your time, Orin, but I did a run of LA Noire, where "Don't skip leg day" was a common refrain. A decidedly inside joke, but there's a really nice streamer. He's actually okay. To give you an idea of how nice this guy is. I've never met him in person. Our schedules don't always line up, so I don't always get a chance to see him stream. And yet he was the first person to wish me happy birthday, like sort of unbidden. You know what? This is not the right call. I am going to, because like it's going to be a day. Nope. I'm not thinking straight. That is completely the right thing to do, because I actually want to pack this full of people. I was thinking that there might be value in storing the tier 3 material, and maybe there is, but that's completely ignoring the fact that there's also value to like building all this stuff. I still have a day to pack this full of people. You started working out again in your house and you are sore. So the worst thing for me, like I've never really had a gym membership. I suspect I'm not like, it's probably going to take a little bit to happen in my life before I'll do that. But especially with the pandemic, I was trying to just do a little bit more physical activity, because like I used to walk to my office, and the thing is my office was on the 18th floor. So, you know, and like I would go somewhere else for lunch. So that would be like walk up the stairs for, walk up the stairs first thing in the day, walk up the stairs for lunch. If I had a meeting on another floor, if I had if I went for coffee.
A new founder. Did you really think your little startup would escape our notice? We know you're taking money from the council, and we know exactly where your loyalties lie. Don't worry, we're only going to destroy your city, dismantle your corporation, and take you as prisoner. It won't be painful, at least no more than the pain you've inflicted on your employees.
So I see you've met Bahar Karoba founder. They're the leader of one of the many disparate and desperate groups that call themselves rebels. The council will not waste resources on this, but you have plenty to spare, I'm sure. Deal with Bahar, founder, or risk my displeasure. But yeah, so I, and I walk everywhere. I still walk everywhere. But the thing is like we're in lockdown. Going to the art gallery tomorrow is going to be like the first outside thing I have done in forever. I completely forgot about the changes. This thing is going to get destroyed. They're really pushing the naval fights here. This is astonishing. So you will actually lose to the first wave of rebel ships with a single turret. Wow. Okay, let's get the repairs under. I wonder if that's by design. That seems really, really harsh. Let's get a body in here too. We're almost certainly going to run out of power. Please be the one. No, what are you doing? Get in there! At least the turret's still going. Yeah, man. Upgrading to a tier 2 turret for the first wave. That's It's wild. Okay, well, we'll see how well we do. It's going to eat into my credits for sure. With the repairs, we might be able to make this thing work. But yeah, that's a tough order. I'm actually thinking that turrets. I'm actually almost thinking that the pendulum is swung the other way as far as the turrets go. Actually, because like at this point here, I can totally understand later on in the game the idea of like tier 3 turrets not being able to handle late game ships. But if a tier 1 turret isn't able to handle a tier 1 ship, like literally the first one that you run into on a normal difficulty, given the cost that this thing has, right, you're looking at 24 energy that you're taking offline. Like, why not just build a shipyard? So that's something, and I mean, these things also, like, they ruin the livability rating. Shipyards, on the other hand, yeah, so livability minus 200 for the defense turret, but apparently being next to the shipyard with the warships flying up is A-okay. Yeah, shipyards are less expensive. They cost the same amount in energy. No way. Oh, God. Am I really going to lose on... I'm probably going to lose on... time contract. That's embarrassing. Sorry, Oren, you wrote something that I did want to read, and then the game happened. Oh, this is so bad. Sorry, before you worked at a tabletop game design studio in Cali, you were manager on duty at the largest YMCA in San Diego County. You lived at the place, going a few hours a day, stay a few hours after your shift, loved it there. Oh, that's really great. Oh, JJ's Games, you're still here. Yeah, this is, I'm not really, I have lost Industries of Titan before. I'm just not accustomed to losing this much. I wish I used tier 3, but... let's go back to our red artifact hunt. But yeah, no, I definitely like the push towards more navies, and I think so. The reason why I didn't build more navies before was just the fact that the turrets were so strong. It didn't seem worth it because you'd just be...
I underestimated you. Or should I say, I underestimated how much weaponry the Council's money could buy. I'm going to enjoy stamping you into the ground next time.
We're under strict instructions from the Council to ignore Bahar's, and I quote, perverse ramblings. The Council will be pleased that we bested them this time. Let's make sure we do the same next time, too.
Wait, what I'm saying is game design is bad? I think game design's cool. I have no mind for it, but I think like what you and Oren and Pronounced Wind do is amazing. The facility had everything. Oh no, sorry, I get it. So you're saying that you gave up a life of. You're saying he gave up a life of luxury in order to make, you know, silly things for silly people. Okay. Yeah, I was like, of course I'm not gonna say it. Like I play a jerk on TV for you, Brian. I'm not, you know, I'm not a I'm not actually somebody who's gonna say it's like, you know what you're doing with your life, that thing is a waste. But yeah, we'll be fine. There's no possible way that the rebels are gonna come back. We're also not really gonna. We're just gonna be limping across the finish line on this thing. Oh, actually, there's a really important step that I need to take right now. Oh no! It's too late! Okay, so I'm definitely gonna have some stored waste no matter what. So why did I turn these off? Oh, I didn't. Okay, so I'm going to turn off the tier 3 mineral input module for a bit, because I want to, while I'm waiting for influence, I'm going to get as many pops as I can. We got 20 hours left on the time contract, so in this case here, it's really just maximizing the value. I don't think there's any advantage to me doing so, but I am going to repair all. It may actually be that I'm acting against my net worth. Oh, you know what's happening? I'll bet you this thing is not processing because of the garbage carpet. Yeah, so the processor's full, the waste module can't take anything out. Okay. I very obviously need to manage my... I definitely very obviously need to manage my... my employees better in this mode. Like, normally this stuff isn't a big deal because I can just sort of move everything around. But what's been happening here is that when I've been trying to generate sort of like wealth, I've had these extended periods of time where I've just been saying, it's like, yep, I'll just let the timer run. Oh yeah, we could probably also cancel the alarm now. Thinking that, you know, this stuff is working, and I'm completely forgetting things like if you have a garbage carpet and there's nowhere else to put the waste, you can't do anything. One easy way around that right now would be to take one of my tier 3s and just build a second garbage storage, but obviously I would have wanted to do that so much earlier. So we'll dismantle these. One thing I could do is just take a bunch of conversions capsules and try to get as many people converted as possible. But I think in this case here, I'll take my lumps. We'll try and get ourselves at least back above 500,000, and we will never speak of this playthrough again. I'm gonna wait to the bitter end before I start taking those 10s, just because I'm not quite sure. I'm sure I could work out. Well, hang on. So if it's hours in game time, so when it goes to 2, it should say 15 hours. That's why I was messing around with the numbers. Yeah. Okay. So that means 4 influence. So we're gonna get 60 influence. We've got 13. Let's say 4 of that influence comes at the end, so I'm probably not going to pay attention to it. Yeah, I think I'm just going to work in 20s for now. Because I'm not quite sure if I'm going to get that last influence that I'm talking about at the moment, I think. Okay, so hopefully people will start cleaning this stuff up. Oh, what am I doing? I didn't realize there was a 3 there still. All right, that's fine. We'll still get another one. You know, the tier 1s actually aren't worth that much to me. But population is. So let's actually go on the auto currency. So let's just say I'm not going to build anything else. We'll do the auto currency, and let's see how much of my work from home design I can build. I mean, it's leisure, so I technically don't even need to build the monetization stations. I'm not going to do something like stick it full. Oh, that's right, but it's going to cost influence too. So it's still better for me to go for the red artifacts. It does give me something to do with the change, though. Okay, so we're going to wait for this thing to go up to 20 so that we can grab the... I messed up my priorities again, didn't I?
Device complete. Device complete.
So yeah, we're going to wait on the 20 to grab our artifacts. Maybe I'll add the pops after that. Okay, I'm gonna wait for this thing to count down to 7 hours, and then I'll have an exact number. So the idea is that the remaining change should go into... So first priority should be red artifacts, and then the remaining... Okay, so at 7 hours, we've got 4. So that means we're going to have 28 to deal with, potentially 32. So that's 20 for 2 red artifacts, and then the remainder for pops. So I'm actually going to save up for the red artifacts. Because the thing is, we don't know what ships are going to come in here. If I can find something for 8, I'll take it. But ideally, the bigger the ship, the better. But the sooner I can put that change into. No, that's not worth it. We saw one that was worth about 2.5. Ooh. I better hope that there's something better. I guess the other thing too is I can make change. There are 2 10s. So I'm technically not losing anything. Yeah, you know what? We'll do it that way. I don't know, I just didn't build space for 18 people to spend 3 getting 2. You need the sleeps. Thank you very much, Brian. I know this is a weird stream to hang out in. I wish I was a little bit better, but it was really nice to have a bunch of people to hang out with. Okay, so I probably should have taken that one after all, but we'll grab our last artifact. And if we can get a pop, so be it.
Extraction complete.
Oh, it paid off. Although, come to think of it, we probably, with what I spent, I might have actually been able to get another red artifact. Yeah, so it does count through. All right. So it seems you were a good investment for us, after all. Well done. Paltry 557,752, 192. Yeah, for whatever reason, I do not seem to be able to log into the servers, but that's what the win screen looks like. At least we didn't die in timed contract. But yeah. Obviously, our highest value was in artifacts because we were working on that, and I could have done tremendously better just simply by converting these 1s and 2s into 3s, but that's life. This has definitely turned out a little bit different than I was expecting, but I'm happy to have had you all here for Industries of Titan. I sort of feel like I'd like to keep streaming more, and then I realized it's 2 o'clock in the morning and that's been about 6 hours, where the original plan was to do 3 or 4. Given the fact that I will be going to the art, so the thing is like I decided to book the art gallery somewhat late in the day, but I'm now actually at a late in the day where I'm like, I really hope I get up in time for this sort of thing. But I really do appreciate being able to hang out with all of you, and particularly Brian. I appreciate you sticking through this, because I have an idea about what time it is where you are. So let me just take a quick second here. I will pass along the good times to everybody else. I do normally do Industries of Titan. That's normally a Wednesday. That's normally a Wednesday game for me. So if you like the Brace Yourself stuff, either Industries of Titan or Phantom Brigade, that will normally happen on Wednesdays for me, except the second Wednesday of every month, where the local game dev meetup Dirty Rectangles comes together. I will be streaming tomorrow, which is my normal day. I don't know what I'm going to be streaming yet. I'd kind of like to go back to Hollow Knight, but I know I have a lot of practice on the bosses to do, so it might be better for me to just try and get something else done. One way or the other. You'll know when I know. If you have something you'd like to see, let me know. I obviously make no promises that I'll get through it, but that kind of feedback is really helpful. And it looks like Night Valian is still streaming, so he is currently doing Sekiro Shadows Die considerably more times than I had first imagined. And I think he'd be a good one to pass along. He is a soft-voiced Brazilian. He's a bit more established in his stream now, but I found him streaming Lucifer Within Us by Kit Fox Games, another wonderful Canadian developer. And I think he'd be a good one to pass along. So I hope you all enjoy Night Valian. I'll see some of you tomorrow, hopefully. And thank you again for making it a memorable birthday. I hope you had a good time. Thanks, Oren. See you in Night Valians.
Missable fights here, which is kind of dumb. Oh, hello, Systemchalk. Hello, everyone. Was that your birthday, mate? It was, wasn't it? How you doing? How was Industry of Titans, right? Okay, that's just Russ. Ah, don't worry about it, mate. You're busy. Ow. And once again, the camera kills me.
Power of the dragon's blood. That will kill you as many times as it takes.
Yeah. How you doing? Did you have a good day? Did you get yourself a gift? Really? Oh my god, I cannot see and read at the same time. Oh yes, I saw the first save. That was funny. Like they came at you really hard. Gotcha. Oh, that's a grab. Yeah. Ow. You should.
The glory of Astina.
Get yourself a Hot Wheel. Or you know, something better. I don't think I ever gave myself a gift for birthdays. I usually get things for Christmas, so